Hello and welcome to the everybody stream on Sunday. Sorry, I'm a bit late. I was just like walking my dog, and then like by the time setting up the stream and stuff like that, I got a bit delayed. I'm joined by Justin. Hello, Justin. How are you doing? Oh, Justin, are you there? Hmm. I don't know if Justin has issue. If I have issue, so now it's gonna. Hello, Angar. Angar, let me know if you can hear me or what's happening because like Justin seemed to be frozen there. Okay.
I I knocked over something.
Oh, okay. You're good now. That's your TO. Can you hear me,
Yeah,
Justin?
not my tea, my lamp.
Oh, okay. Can you hear
But
me well?
yes.
Yeah, I was changing something in my setup and stuff like that, and also like I dropped my microphone twice, so I hope there was no damage done.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
um the cable for my keyboard was wrapped around the lamp, and
Oh, I
when I
see.
pulled it forward, it
That's a bit of a rough start.
yeah.
So hello,
Uh,
Arun. Thank you. Yes, 1 year. I think to the day or like something like that. I think I started my channel like on the 7th last year.
mm.
Phil, nice seeing you, and thank you for confirming that you can hear me, guys. Hello, Martin. Feel like it's been a while, Martin, since I've seen you.
Yeah, I might have to bolt at 11. My brother wants to go back over to my grandfather's place to pack more.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, we're cleaning it out.
yeah. Hmm.
Yeah.
At 11, you're doing that at night?
We did it for most of the day, but he wants to kind of get it over with. He was thinking about after he takes his dog out for a walk, coming by here,
Hmm.
and then we'll go over there.
Well, I don't know
Uh,
how long we're gonna go anyway. Just like like
yeah,
all those thing goes. And oh yeah, I said usually I put the link in chat if people want to join. So I'm gonna do
yeah.
that right now too. Just
Well,
make sure if you want to join, read the description. There's some rules.
and that you're wearing pants. We don't want to see your penis.
Well, that's general YouTube rules. Well, if you, I don't mind if you don't have pants, but make sure like the camera doesn't like show down below. Like we
Oh,
do.
you didn't hear what happened to Shadow last night.
What Shadow showed his cock on stream?
No, he let someone in,
Yeah,
and the second they got on camera, they turned their camera on, and it was
yeah.
neck down, and he was stroking his heart.
Oh really? Huh.
Yeah,
Well, I'm not
he
gonna let
pulled that.
anybody in either. Like if it's a name I don't recognize, I
Yeah,
might be more a little more reticent.
I told him not to, but
Yeah.
you know,
So somebody was just like rubbing a shaft.
yeah, like you let someone in that hasn't been in chat before, and it's like,
Yeah.
why?
Well, so there you go. Don't do that as well. I'm not gonna add that in the rules because that's just like common decency. I guess it's already in the rule. Like, don't be an ass.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Yeah,
a
no,
year
let's talk
ago.
about World War II.
Yeah, no. A
I'm
year
just
ago, I
kidding.
started this channel. I don't want to dwell too long on that topic. I don't know, like I just feel like I like it. I'm almost like obligated, right? I just like, well, a year ago started this channel. Let's look back, whatever, right? Just like
Mhm.
I started the channel because like I wasn't satisfied what I was seeing on YouTube. I thought there were a lot of people was out there like giving bad advice, and I was tired of like the shill, to say it like that, to say it gently, right? Stuff like that. I wanted to see like some. I was annoyed not to see anybody like a little bit more base, men that are not afraid to be men, talking about their hobby and stuff like that, like without trying to appease everybody. So I said, you know what? If nobody's gonna do it, I'll do it myself. And I started my channel. At first, I wasn't
Yeah,
too sure what angle I wanted to take. I did touch a bit on the culture war and stuff like that. As I went, I realized like, you know what? I don't enjoy that. I don't like
yeah,
talking
you
about
cucked
that.
out on it.
And it's not that I cocked out. It's just like at some point I said what I had to say, right? I still gonna talk
Yeah.
about it, like if there's something relevant, like that's topical and stuff like that.
Uh,
But there's other people like doing that stuff. I also right, like
yeah.
do maybe a better job than me at it. So,
Yes. Myself. Me.
well, also
This
like
guy. This guy right
and
here.
yeah, and Double D, this channel is growing fast. Like that's what he's focusing upon, right? That's fine, right?
Yeah. But
So,
he takes the conservatard line on a.
well, people do what they can. Yeah, he's a bit like I'm not conservative, like so. Of course, I'm
Yeah.
not gonna have like the same view as him on that stuff, right? Um, but I'm not saying I'm not ever gonna talk about it again, right? Obviously, I'm gonna talk about it if it's relevant and if I have something to say, something new to say. But at some
Mhm.
point, like I don't want to do like outrage porn, right? Like everything. Oh, can you believe like what those guy did, right? Just like, yeah, I can believe it. Like I'm now more appealed by trying to build something a little more positive.
I understand
So
that. I understand that,
yeah,
and respect it. But I'm still gonna give you a hard time because that's what I do.
well, yeah, you're a hard time for everybody involved, except the woman. No, that
Don't you know it?
hello, Crispy. Nice seeing you.
I resemble that remark.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
So, oh yeah. There's bears here. Hey,
I just came
bear.
to say hi. I can't stay, but I
You
heard you
can
picking on
stay.
Justin. And I thought, I gotta get a piece of this.
Yeah, it's what you live for.
You are my raison d'être now. That's how it works.
Yeah. A lot of streaming for you today.
Yeah, it's one of those days, but it's okay because I'm taking most of the rest of the week off. So I think it's okay to have a nice big day and then not bother people for a few days. Let them miss me a little bit, right?
Yeah.
How are you?
We'll see. I'm doing fine. I was fucking freezing my ball off today while
It's
walking the dog just
cold.
before the show. Yeah, it is cold. Yeah. Oh, do I
Did you guys
sound
get a
better? I'm gonna.
snowstorm?
Hmm?
Did you guys get
We
a
didn't have
snow?
no, we didn't have much snow at all. Actually, very little snow so far this year.
We got some
So
yesterday.
we didn't. Yeah,
We got
but
snow today.
it didn't
Finally.
reach us. It was supposed to have some on Wednesday, but it's also supposed to warm up, so it might turn into rain, which fucking
That's what
sucks,
they're
right?
telling us for Wednesday too. Is like 10 millimeters of rain. I'm like, fuck.
Yeah, I hate it. Hello, Angar. Nice seeing you. And
Well, you said you weren't coming on the stream,
I don't.
and you
I don't
misspelled.
follow any rules.
Wow. Okay. Anyway, I just want to stop in and say hi, guys. Hungar, stop trying to get yourself murdered, dude. Please, for the love of God.
I do what I want.
Murdered.
I know you do.
Murder?
What you want.
Is that what happened?
Yeah, doctors are trying to kill him, man. That's why they do bad surgery.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's what doctor do. Or is that just
they-
because I'm Canadian?
Yeah. Because they know the threat that Hungar is to their unnatural order of things. Anyway, guys, I gotta go. Peace, love,
I'm
geek.
Later, Bear.
my camera.
Bonne soirée. Bye bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye,
Have a
Bear.
good night, man. Take care.
Party on, bear.
He's such a bye bear.
Bye, bear. Yeah, bipolar bear. Yeah.
Uh,
So
I
Angar
just-
back in the hospital, eh?
I just wanted to pop in to say hi. They're
Yeah,
gonna
thank you,
do
man.
wound care and stuff on me in a little bit.
yeah,
Yeah.
I had surgery Friday,
Friday.
Really?
We're supposed to
Yeah.
have it tomorrow.
and I'm probably having surgery again.
Man. You should just put like a zipper on you. Man.
Yeah, they need to, man. I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
What's the problem? They sewed up the zipper.
Yeah, they showed up my butthole,
Oh really?
my stoma. Yeah, I had an arterial bleed on Christmas Eve, so I was bleeding
Yeah.
out, and the stupid doctor sewed me shut,
Yeah.
and it messed my guts up.
And what? Sorry?
It messed his guts up.
Oh yeah. Because you always like what I don't get it, but I'm not a doctor.
He had the
so-
poop sack, right? He had the
I have,
poop.
Yeah,
I have,
okay.
I have an ileostomy, so
Yeah.
the doctor. So I had an arterial bleed out of my ileostomy on Christmas.
Oh, I
Eve.
see. I see. And
So I
they
was
shut it.
bleeding to death. And when the doctor sewed it up, he sewed the whole thing shut.
I get it.
So I
Yeah.
couldn't have any output or gas or anything.
Yeah.
So it messed my guts up.
I see. Well, I bet, man. I bet.
and then it got affected, and then I had infection coming out of my stomach because it was affected beside my intestine, but the infection went through the intestine.
Well, like I'm not a big fan of doctors, to be fair. So
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan of them either.
I told you to make sure you don't cut this leg off.
Yeah,
Yeah.
But you didn't listen to me.
Well, you know what to do now, eh?
yeah. I've got an attorney appointment for an attorney tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
I'm gonna buy me a house.
don't let them know. Don't let them know you're still in their care.
Oh no, I fired that doctor, and the
Yeah.
doctors at this hospital.
Yeah, but it's the hospital.
Not the hospital. The doctors at this hospital are all subcontractors.
So they don't. The hospital doesn't care.
Yeah, the hospital don't care.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see. I see.
Well,
American medicine is weird.
They just gave me some pain medicine a few minutes ago,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
so I don't care.
The lady
it's
that
cool
comes
though,
in with the pillow.
You remember like at some point when you were not allowed to have like a cell phone in the hospital, and now people have a fucking Wi-Fi and the laptop and shit, and they go on live stream.
Yeah, it's like I bring my computer with me to the hospital.
Yeah.
Well, they had to insulate a bunch of machines from the. This is the same
Is that
reason
a
why.
real thing?
Yeah, that's a real thing, man.
Yeah. I thought they
It's-
just didn't want you to have your cell phone so you don't like fucking like get mad on the phone and yell everywhere.
Well, that too, but I'm
Just people cannot behave.
there were sensors that were being interfered with. It's like they used to not allow you to have CD players on certain types of airplanes because it would fuck with the gyro,
Yeah.
the navigational gyro. Yeah,
Technology.
it not by much, but enough that over a long enough distance.
Yeah.
You're like,
And then
we have to correct course, and there goes $90,000 worth of jet fuel.
If you have enough.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't know
enough.
why they put the bare minimum of jet fuel in there.
Because it
Reduce
saves money.
weight. Yeah.
Yeah, that weight is a bunch of bullshit because your checked bag weighs too much. So take some stuff out of your checked bag and put it in your carry-on.
Yeah,
Wow.
no, that's also weight distribution,
Gotta,
right?
gotta bounce, guys.
Yeah, balance.
All right,
the
take care,
plane.
man.
Party on, man.
Yeah. Fucking plane. That's also something I hate. I hate flying.
Yes,
I'm not
it's
afraid
an
of it.
actual teacup.
Yeah. I'm not afraid of flying or anything like that. I just hate it because like I'm too big, right?
Oh yeah.
Like it's especially if I got somebody next to me, right? It's bad for both of us. I don't fit in the airplane seat, like just my shoulder are too wide.
When I was coming back from Sault Ste. Marie,
Yeah.
right? Because I was out there. It
Yeah.
was like a 12-seater plane.
Yeah. You flew there?
Oh, coming back. I
You could have drove.
I flew there. Well, I wasn't paying for the ticket.
Oh,
Yeah. They got me a plane ticket because I was leaving the group coming back here. Everyone was going different places, right? So
yeah. Bo. Hello, Bo, by the way.
hey,
He
Bo.
said like I'm not afraid of flying. It's crashing that is frightening. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like for me, like it's just like the old experience that fucking suck, right? From the time you go to the airport, you have to go there like in advance, and then they fucking have you like take off your shoes, and then they always like think I'm a terrorist, so I have to go like on the side, get my bag checked and shit like that, and then
Yeah.
and you got like no leg room. Man,
You're on the list like I am.
Chance. But that's the thing. Once I'm in the plane, I can
Yeah.
sleep no problem. Like I'm gonna fucking sleep through the whole flight.
Nah, I don't do that. I gotta do something.
Oh no! Oh yeah! No, man.
Yeah. Well, I
That's
don't.
why
fucking
I don't
sleep,
suffer
but-
from jet lag at all, right? I just like because I'm just gonna fucking
Yeah.
wake up and then there I'm different country now. Yeah. But like, I remember when I went to when I was coming back from Cambodia,
Cambodia.
I had like,
Well, no wonder why they put you on the watch list. You got 2 pounds of fucking brown shit on you.
I went to I had planned like a day out, and it's like other side of the world. I'm gonna have like some jet lag next fucking day. Like, nah, I'll just woke up normally. No way at all. But anyway, so yeah, I 1 year on the channel. I passed like 600 subscriber now, which is pretty amazing. What else do I have to say? What,
Have
what
I
do we
been
say in
on?
those circumstances?
Have I been on just about every episode of this show?
On my Sunday show?
Yeah,
I think so.
might have missed 1 or 2.
I don't think you did.
Hmm.
I think you've been on all of them, even the one from New Year's Eve.
Well, yeah,
Yeah, which was on a Sunday, so it's fair. It counts, right?
yeah.
Yeah. But it's a new show. It's only been like what, 2 months, 3 months?
No, it's been longer than that.
Nah, really?
It's been like 5 months or something like that.
No. You're pushing it now.
No, it's
Yeah.
been like at least 2 months since the kibosh on the read every chat rule.
Oh yeah. Can almost bring it back now. It's like quiet.
Okay, so I'm not afraid of flying. It's crashing.
Oh, Dragon Shadow asks, did Max speak French at the Cambodia? And I bet some of them probably still speak it. Yeah, they do. Some of them, especially like higher class people, like 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 educated people, like older people in the fancier part of society. Some of them still speak French. Yes. So I did. But most of them like speak English. There's more people speaking English than people speaking French.
Well, you know what they say about English, right?
What?
It's the lingua franca of the world.
It is. Yeah. So what do you want to talk about tonight, Justin? Do you have something you want to talk about?
Well,
Man, you got a camera, but you're all fucking hiding your face still.
yeah, I was saying that earlier. I'm Wilsoning because I'm drinking the tea and to prevent hitting the microphone.
Oh, I get it. Yeah. So did you have like some topic you wanted to abort tonight? Some idea you wanted to share?
Abort? Yeah.
Aboard.
On board. Well, we were talking on Discord about your game.
Yes.
And this show was originally talking about your game. So maybe we should
game design. But that's what I want to talk about too. And that's what I said in the description there too. It's 1 year anniversary, but you know what? Fuck it, I want to talk about my game, which is now called Bastard Sword.
No. Bastard Sword.
Bastard Sword.
Yeah, you gotta say the most ridiculous French accent possible, man. Even you have to fucking make fun of the French accent.
Bastard Sword.
Yeah, that's how it's pronounced.
Yeah.
That way Bear can still have it. Dude, he just pronounces it in English.
Yeah, I'm just gonna change like the one of the A for a E. Yeah.
And color swap the logo a little bit.
Yeah. It's gonna be like red, blue, and white.
No, that's him. He likes those colors.
So for those of you for those watching that don't know, right? That happened on the New Year's Eve stream, right? Because and it's something that was kind of like long in the making in a sense, because me and Bear were joking, because he said like, like I had this game called WinterDawn, and said like WinterDawn, like that sounds like a fucking cool setting. I said, yeah, it's a generic game. I don't really put a setting in it because I'm not a setting guy. I don't like setting. I think games should have no setting at all. Zero setting. When you go in new session, it's all like blank slate. Like just like avoid that the character evolves. That's of course not. But
that's like okay. So the first thing we need to know about this world is perfectly flat plane.
Yeah, exactly. There's a grid on the floor.
There's a slight gloss, but it's definitely a matte finish.
What if your world is that a flat plane with a grid on the floor? Is it valid then to play on a grid?
Yes. No. You've got to play on the hex map.
Yeah.
Yeah, play on a hex map like a civilized person.
How you doing, Bill?
I'm
Welcome.
painting.
Yeah, that's
I,
what you do.
I'm thinking about all this stuff that came down last week with this tweet about how 5e is killing the D&D, the RPG hobby.
Really?
No,
I
it
missed
already
that. I
has.
missed that fucking drama.
Well,
love drama.
it was on Twitter. I don't know. I stay off Twitter. But I was thinking about role-playing games, right? Deconstructing the role-playing game. And that inevitably a role-playing game is some kind of a simulation, and it's about conflict resolution and resource management. Right? That's if we deconstruct it all the way down. And I was thinking about that new role-playing game that's supposed to be the D&D killer,
Oh,
Okay.
Candela Obscura?
KMF, whatever, the one that's
No,
just letters.
MCDM. Okay, MCDM. Oh yeah, I see that. I know what you're talking about. People were mad like, oh, like MCDM is gonna be a D&D killer, and then people say like, no, we won't be. And yeah, Matt Colville
But
of
the point, I
MCDM.
saw some stuff on the social medias about it,
Yeah.
and it's a video game. They've deconstructed RPGs down to a video game where like combat is just roll the dice and that's it. Combat's resolved.
Mhm.
But there should be so much more to playing role playing games than combat, because combat should be something that you inevitably try to avoid, right? There's other aspects to role playing game. Otherwise, why don't we just play Skyrim or an MMO?
Around here, we do the same as over on Hungar Show and call it Unicorn, Princess, Rainbow, whatever. I don't care.
What? I don't know what you're talking about.
Hello Kitty Adventure Island.
Hello, Kitty Adventure
Oh,
Island.
the Skyrim. Oh, I
Yeah.
don't do that. I fucking call. Like I have respect for that
If
game.
I'm here, we're calling it that.
Still
That's
my
not the
show,
point.
Justin.
I was just this is just what's been
Oh,
in my
I forgot to put
mind.
I forgot to put the plate. Yeah, no,
That-
we
that
can. Oh, I don't know, like the white stuff. Oh, there you go. Bam.
The white stuff.
Justin doesn't got one. The white stuff. the white plate. Yeah.
make
We
one.
can talk about that because I saw a bit of the that I guess drama, and I saw a bit also about like what MCDM is doing, right? Matt Colville. And the first thing I want to say, like, I'm glad to see Matt Colville create a new system and going from like tabula rasa, right? Not trying to do a clone of something, trying to come up with his own concept, not relying on assumption of the past and stuff like that. And obviously, Matt Colville was a big fan of 4th edition and is a big advocate for D&D 4th edition. So of course you're gonna see a lot of like this kind of design philosophy in his product, right? 4th edition was being accused of being just a video game that you play by hand, right? With everything, I say right too much. Like I finished my question. Just a video game being
It's
played
okay,
by
Valley
hand.
Girl. It's okay.
Yeah. That and like the measurement being done in square instead of like actual like distance, right? And so and he's bringing that back. So what he's trying to do is very not what I'm a role-playing game for, right? It's really not what I'm like. This game is really not for me. But I'm glad to see somebody trying to do something new instead of just doing like Tales of the Valiant. That's it. Oh, we have like the Project Black Flag and we're doing our own game because of the OGL and shit like that. And then like you look what they do, and it's just 5e, maybe even more gay, right? Just like so.
I believe the PC term is homosexual.
It's just, this is the argument that I have with most of the OSR crowd, and I say that look, if your game is based on SRD, OSR, D20 rules, you're still playing D&D.
Yeah.
I don't care what you call it. It's this is an OSR game. Does it have an SRD, OSR? An OGL disclaimer in it? Are you using open game license rules to make your game? even guys like RPG Pundit and guys like Major Satanis, they're still
Yeah.
making D&D games. Most of them would even admit it. They're saying, yeah, this is D&D for whatever,
Yeah.
and it's to sell, right? They're doing it to make money. They're not doing it. They're not trying to come up with a new unique engine. They're trying to come up with a unique game. They're riding on coattails.
Mhm.
Well, there's also like a big crowd of people that don't want to try a new system. Like, so for them, the familiarity is a selling point, right? It's like,
Sure,
oh, what is
absolutely.
this game about? What how does the game is played? Oh, it's the same fucking thing as D&D. Well, oh, I mean, then I'll try it. It's just like they basically like making like setting books, right? And because they use like those old edition of D&D where the rules are very simple, you can just then include them in the book, right? Like people say like, oh, you should just do setting then. Yeah, but if you have like 10 page for the old rules, right? Make your fucking setting book and just like put the first 10 page be the rules, right? Then I don't need to buy another book.
Sure. And that's,
But
I bought
you have to
OSR books.
Mhm.
I bought OSR books from guys like Pundit and Venger. I'm never going to use the rules that are in those books. I'm never going to use the rules in the Invisible College. I'm never going to use the rules in Shalt. But I will mine it for the lore and setting and use my own system.
Yeah, and but like that's the thing. I think that's what you have to look them at, in my opinion. And I love seeing new system. I'm a mechanic guy, right? I love reading reading game book. For me is a hobby in itself almost, because like I love like seeing. I find like the game design, especially in the role playing space, is such an interesting puzzle because you can do so much in role playing, and you got this. You try to simulate this world, but you want the rules to still be light and manageable enough that they can be solved, that they can be used at the table without being a burden and without having to rely on a computer and stuff like that. When you do like a video game design, you can create those rules. Like when you do the coding, you're creating rules for the game. You can even make them as fucking complex as you want because the machine take care of all of it, right? Doesn't matter. When you go to tabletop game, it's much more challenging. I find it an interesting challenge, and I like seeing how different designer try to solve that question differently.
Yeah.
And
That
that's
was
the question too, right? How do you resolve again conflict? If we don't have rules for games, then it just becomes something that's arbitrary. You're playing make believe, right?
Mhm.
The rules are to make conflict resolution fair. That's what the dice are for. The dice are to way to make some chance that whatever action the players take has a chance of failure. Otherwise,
Yeah.
you're just playing pretend.
Yeah.
that,
But so
that
we really, a game needs, to me, rules, ways to resolve things that are not combat. How do you resolve driving a car under stress? How do you resolve cracking a safe under duress and pressure?
yes.
And most games only have rules for combat. They don't even have rules for non-combat situations.
Yeah.
Justin?
Well, that's most people don't get that the chance of failure and failure is the fairness of the game,
Mhm.
not the reverse of that. When you die, that's because the game has been fair to you, not the reverse. If you're a perpetually immortal character, the game is not balanced.
Well, it's not even being about balance. It's about like because a big part of the game, like Bo was saying, is about like resource management, which is
Yes.
also a big part of life. Let's not kid ourselves, right?
Yes. If you fail to buy food for 3 weeks, well, guess
Yeah.
what? Your cats are going to eat you.
Yeah.
And that
Those
was
liabilities.
also mentioned in this new game that's coming out, this new Matt Colville game. It says that there's no resource management. It said you don't have to keep track of your food, torches, or arrows.
Yeah.
Well, then what are we doing?
Now,
Well, that's the thing. Like there's a form of resource management, from what I understand, because you got like those kind of meta currency that you're building, tree actions, stuff like that, which is, in my sense, like the worst kind of resource management.
now I understand. Yeah, you
Those
don't
hero
want
coins
meta
and shit like
resource
that.
management.
Yeah.
You like meta
But
resource.
that's what he's
management is
doing. Like
different.
he's going like he used those. Can I remember them? 4 words for his game, right? He called it tactical, heroic, cinematic and fantasy, right? So okay,
Mhm.
fantasy, okay, we understand what like whatever, right? But what he's trying to do with the other one, you want the game to be like very cinematic and very heroic, where like you're like when you start, your character is a badass, and you don't have to worry. You know, like when you watch a movie, like people don't have to worry about well, depending on the type of movie you watch. People think about movie. Like, what do you think when you talk about movie? People like now they talk about like, oh, if you think about a movie, they talk about fucking Marvel bullshit, right?
Oh,
Right.
Instead of thinking about like Casablanca or One Flew Over Cuckoo's Nest or whatever, right?
or even like Terminator.
Or
Yeah,
Terminator, I guess.
exactly. You know, like in Terminator, when Kyle Reese goes back in time, he doesn't have any shoes.
Kyle.
He has to find shoes. Or John McClane in Die Hard when he has to find
Yeah.
shoes.
Yeah.
These things they add to the flavor of the game.
Yeah.
They make it a stressful situation for the players.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But like
even
when you so sorry, go ahead, Justin.
I was just gonna say, even Sarah was reluctant to do like the quest, where nowadays they're all gung ho.
Yeah.
Yeah, you go. That was
Yeah, no, what I was saying is like if you watch those like a Marvel movie, right? I haven't seen many of them, but
Mhm.
they don't have to. They never worry about like resource management and stuff like that, unless like it's specifically needed in that for it to be dramatic. But you know, it's all about like, oh, they were badass and they're just like those big explosions stuff like that. It's fucking like it's brain rot, if you ask me. I fucking hate those shit.
The only time they worry about resources is when it's a MacGuffin chase.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
And then it's gonna be resolved like in fucking stupid way. Even if you
yeah.
look at the D&D movie, uh,
Oh, thanks.
MacGuffin
Yeah.
chase after MacGuffin chase. I hate MacGuffin chases. Like, I fucking hate them, especially if I'm playing the game. I hate them. You know, like I have no problem that like maybe there's some stuff I have to go and get, but if it's
Yeah.
just one after the other, after the
Oh
other,
yeah,
after
that
the
fucking
other,
sucks.
you know, if the
Yeah.
the point of fighting the Dark Lord is to get a MacGuffin,
Yeah.
oh, fuck it, I'm out.
Yeah, I'm not.
I need a
It's too
meta
easy,
reason
you know.
that is more than Gizmo. Like, give me some world building reason for
Yeah.
why I'm doing this. And world building is like the Dark Lord's going to burn the fucking forest down and kill all the little bunnies or whatever.
And
Oh,
also
we
like
like
the
the little bunnies.
MacGuffin is it's too obvious, right? Oh, there's this object, go get it. If you get it, you win, right? Just like
Yeah,
you
or
know,
you'll be more of a badass. Whoop-de-doo.
yeah. Like I much rather like like when oh okay, the solution to this conflict is developing the right relationship and doing and now people want stuff and you have to do like you have to deal with people like just not just like go in that room, kill the monster out there, pick up the magic egg, and then just like that's to me it's kind of like boring.
Mhm.
It can be part of a bigger picture like in a game and stuff like that sometimes that you have to go fetch something for some reason for someone or whatever. But
Yeah,
if that's all you got, you can like look a little deeper.
yeah.
But anyway, the point is like I think that's what the feel that Colville is going for is like those kind of like Marvel movie but in fantasy form. But you also want to have like the board game aspect of playing on a grid where the distance are given in square and shit like that, and you have like power that you can activate and so not for me, definitely not for me.
No, definitely not.
Yeah, The Great Silence I
Like
haven't seen.
like
You know that movie?
the Great Silence. It sounds familiar. Let me do a IMDb.
There
Yeah.
you
But I don't watch much movie at all. I'm not the
I
kind of movie guy.
do. I used to double bill every week at the theater
Oh yeah.
before up until about the second new Star Wars film, and then
Yeah, it's like also like movie are bad now.
yeah, I was like, I'm tapping, I'm out.
And there was
Hard to
this
find
meme
a
like,
movie.
oh, the way Disney beat piracy is by making movies so bad that you don't want to pirate them.
It's true.
Yeah, it's like I don't care enough. Yeah.
Because that requires effort.
Mhm.
Requires
Yeah.
effort to go sail the high seas for a movie.
Yeah, exactly. More
Yeah.
effort than like enjoyment from that. It's also like it requires effort to fucking sit through that two fucking movie.
Well, like I was saying, I have these shelves I have here, and they were
You made them yourself?
no, these ones I got them from an uncle. But I had these shelves, and they used to be full
Like,
full
yeah.
of DVDs,
Yeah.
right? And I had they're now full of just generic junk. I have all my DVDs that I kept in
Your
milk
Funko Pop.
crates. Yeah, no, I have oh, I'm dropping
There
shit.
you go.
I
Yeah.
have a skull.
Oh, nice. Whose call is that?
Yours.
Oh man, that's why my head's so soft now.
But no. It was like 15 steps from where I was sitting to where these shelves were before when they had DVDs on them for Babylon 5. And it was quicker for me to download them all
Oh yeah.
from the high seas than to get up, walk over to the shelves, pull them off, and put one in the DVD player. And I actually timed it.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah. But anyway, like to come back to this game design thing, like, and MCDM, like I said, it's not for me, but like what he's doing, like I'm glad to see him do it in a sense because he's trying something, he's doing something new, he's bringing something new to the world, right? Maybe somebody's gonna happy with it, right? I wish him the best in that sense. I think a lot of people are gonna be disappointed with it because I think a lot of people back this Kickstarter based on the personality of Matt Colville because, like, a lot of like boys that grew up without a father,
I don't
they got
know.
this into this parasocial relationship with him.
There will be a bunch of people that are disappointed with it, and then there'll
Yeah.
be a bunch of people writing Reddit reports to Black Lodge Games about how their review is garbage.
Yeah.
And that they've never played tactical war games, role playing games.
Yeah.
Or I'm just like fitting the arguments that were in that last.
Yeah, for the Canada Obscura one.
Yeah.
Yeah, but at least like Mike Colville, what it's gonna make is gonna be like a game, right? Like,
Yes, but 800 pages is the reverse problem of Candela Obscura. There's too much there to be usable.
depends. It's gonna be 800. Well,
I mean, I don't mind 800 pages of rules if I can pick and choose which ones I use.
Yeah, but
yeah, but you're a
If
GURPS
the
guy.
rules are
But
like I said, if they're
even
modular,
GURPS.
stackable.
No, it's 2 books. It's not like GURPS where you get like one book of 100 pages or 150 pages for a specific genre, and then another book for another one.
So you're telling me that the core 2 books are 800 pages?
Yeah, 400 each.
Yeah, but the way that the modern books, the people, you have to understand the way people want books now. They want thick, glossy paper. They want
not what I want.
They want double, triple, they want full color art on every page. There's probably only 200 pages worth of text in both books.
No.
Justin, you want your fucking book to be aggressively yellow.
Yeah. 80 pages of rules and 100 and 80 pages of rules and 38 pages of dungeon or whatever. I don't know, something like that. I don't know. I'd have to look at the breakdown. But
it's also like when you write rules, like,
and something like that.
What takes a lot of space is like when you try to write and to take care of exception and shit like that, and the weird case for the rule lawyer. If we didn't have rule lawyer, or if we didn't have lawyer at all, the world would be a better place.
Well, not
too
bad, but
nah, I'm
no,
kidding,
but
I'm kidding.
you know,
I don't want to offend any lawyer in the audience.
I think Rick is the only qualification.
Rick? What's Rick?
He 28 millimeter. He's a floor tile guy.
He's a rules lawyer.
No, he's not
No,
loyal.
no. I'm just
He's not a flawed
joking.
Tiger. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
Doesn't he?
But like
Doesn't
a lot of
he?
the space in the
Doesn't he
book
do
is like
flooring?
like example. No, he doesn't do flooring. A
I
lot of
thought
the
he
things.
did.
He does like retail management or something like that.
Yeah, he's in retail.
I thought he did flooring. He said
No.
something about doing flooring at one time.
Well, maybe he was in his home, right? I did flooring in my home. Yeah. But what I was saying, yeah, a lot of like the space in the book, like, it's gonna be filled with like example and like a lot of like it's like when you try to make the rules very clear and then take care of like you have to over explain for like to make sure that people were not gonna be abused. If we were to write like people with like a functioning brain, right? We could do it like much shorter.
Well,
And maybe
it's that,
yeah,
and have a generic system for resolving what if scenarios.
Yeah.
Oh, they don't do that anymore.
Well, no, but I mean like if you want to have like one dice mechanic that you're gonna reuse, right? You don't want to like, oh, if you do like if you're swimming, you have to roll those dice. But if you're climbing a cliff, it's a totally different way of making your test, right?
Yeah.
That's fucking insane, right? Some games used to do that. Some games still do.
In Morkborg, they're just listed under your stats. One is it says swimming, and it's just like strength or whatever, and
Yeah.
like anything that requires balance is a different stat. Like you just whatever your stat is for that, that's what it is for anything that requires balancing.
Yeah, I want to address this comment a bit. Talk about
How
this
do you
comment.
resolve things like opposition? That's the thing that's got to be simple and universal. I'm trying to arm wrestle Max. He's trying to stop me. He wants to.
That's hand to hand, right? So
but it needs to be. A lot of times, those are where things
Strength
break
check.
down on.
Mhm.
Things like negotiation, diplomacy. It can't just be a simple check. If I'm trying to stop you, it's got to be an opposed check.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's also something. Oh, I wanted to address this comment by Sly Blue Demon. Like he said, I don't find resource management fun. The fun comes from the situation that come from resource management. Wait, you have any thought on that, guys?
No, I think I understand the point. It's something like it's not fun to count matches, but it's fun when you've got to start a fire and you're up in the frozen north with your last match.
Yeah.
It's one is a necessary evil, one advances the game.
I think it's also fun like when you have like you need to make choices. Like making meaningful choice is a big part of this fucking hobby, right? I think that's like almost the main part, right? Just like you that's what you do, right? You make choices. So if you cannot carry everything, if you're not like fucking cannot like loot every pillow in the dungeon, right? Now you have to make choice.
Whoa! What's this Harris?
You should consider more mouth.
So now you have to make choice about what you pick up, right? And when you go into the dungeon or whatever, like I'm saying dungeon, we understand.
Yeah,
like, any
whatever
kind of
the battleground is.
Like, how many arrow you can bring? How much water are you gonna bring? Like, how much food? Like, how long do you think you're planning on going? Right.
Mhm.
That's why like the fucking like bag of holding is the worst fucking thing you can give your player.
No, I loved it. I loved it because that's where the pillow joke comes from.
Yeah.
Because I couldn't fit anything much larger than a standard couch pillow into it, so that's why I kept looting all the fucking pillows.
But you're right. I mean, if you've ever played a game like Traveler or any kind of we're trying to like have an expedition by sailing ship, right? We're gonna play a game of exploration. It's Age of Discovery. You're gonna play an Age of Discovery game, and you've got to like load up your 3 ships and sail for the new world. Well, what are you gonna put in them? And what's going to happen when you run out? And how big is a week's worth of food for one person?
Yeah. Well, if it's for me, it's pretty big. Yeah.
Well,
Dragon's Shadow. Say in the Shadow of Chernobyl, you really need to manage equipment and resource so much so that you need to stop anything if helping or attacking someone is worth it, and that's interesting. That lead to interesting situation in the game.
If that's the
this
kind of
kinda
thing you want to do.
if that's the kind of thing that you want to do. If you want to do like the heroic stuff, like we're just like, oh, there's a blue light shining in the sky. Let's go there and beat the people over there, right?
Why do you want to beat some random people at a blue light? What did they ever do to you?
They shine the blue light in the sky. They're clearly trying to do something evil,
Well,
like a
how do you
rave.
like a red?
Yeah. No, but
It's all fun and games until you're down to your last hand grenade. Now then it's
No. We're gonna stick with the rave metaphor. It's always clearly fun and games until you're down to your last paraglider.
yeah. But that's the thing, you know, like some people are into like the power fantasy, and I don't get it, to be honest. I'm not saying they're
Yeah.
wrong, because like for me, like I don't see the appeal at all, right? I want to see, like, for me, like what's interesting is like the struggle and the drama and the conflict and the tension and the challenge, right? That's what I'm after.
I don't mind a little bit of it as long as it's in check and not the sole purpose. Right? You know, like 5% of what you're doing is getting better in life, but the rest of it's like doing
No,
Craig,
I'm not.
world.
I'm not talking about getting better in life, like improvement. That's a part like I appreciate, like the character development, stuff like that, and getting more skill and learning stuff and getting more powerful. That's fine. What I'm talking about, the power fantasy, is just like, oh, we're
Oh,
big badass
Oh.
character that beat up like fucking peasant, right? Just like,
Well,
or
that's what
like-
people want. The average gamer. I mean, we're talking about like the tourist gamer.
yeah,
They're really
Yeah.
interested in getting the loot at the end, right? They want that endorphin hit.
that magic sword that Shadow's going to give them.
but they also want to, you know, like me and Justin were playing like a Diablo 1 at some point on this
Yeah.
channel, right? Which fuck, I
We
need
should
make
get
time
back
for
to
that.
sometime.
Yeah.
Now, if there was a game that was like,
But wait, I want to say something about that. Like, I love the first Diablo, because it's, if you get surrounded by a few enemies, you're in fucking trouble, right? You always have to back down and stuff like that. Like, you always feel vulnerable. But if you take your
especially when
time
you're
and
playing
you're
with me,
smart about it, yeah, especially when you play with Justin, that's like a big albatross. It's like one level of difficulty higher. But if you take your time and if you're smart about it, you can overcome, right? In the more recent version of Diablo, like Diablo 2, 3, and 4, or
Sparkle
modern
Glitter
game in that
Diablo.
genre, you fucking like kill monster by the thousand, right? You just like walk around running, and no, it's much more fast paced. Oh, the old Diablo is so slow and boring. It's slow because you have to be methodical. You have, because there's a real danger. You have to take your time. You have to think, right? So you cannot just fucking rush in. The new Diablo, you just rush in, spamming like the screen like is light up everywhere. You're killing mob by the thousands like that. I say, like, it doesn't matter, and you never feel like threatened. Like, it's fucking stupid. You know, like killing, when you kill like 1,000 of a mob in a few instants, like, they mean nothing. It's like crushing ant.
I
But there's
made
some
a
people that
video
want that.
about that about a couple months ago. I got ratioed, by the way,
Oh, really?
because my point was, I made that exact point, Max, about combat and role playing games. People don't want to play they don't want to be thoughtful in the combat. They just want to spam the hit button. Like,
Yeah.
it's like playing World of Warcraft, right? They want to run in, Leroy Jenkins, spam the X button until the combat is over and collect the loot. And I said that's not the way we should be playing conflict and role playing games. And that video got like a lot of dislikes.
Yeah.
Well, I
and
should
that's
watch it.
something-
I don't like it.
Yeah, that's like I I agree with you. Like, a lot of people, like, they, and like, for me, I see people playing like that, and they're just like there with their barbarian, and every round they go like, well, I hit, or I do a reckless attack and stuff like that. And for me, that sounds like fucking boring as hell, right? I think combat should have like it should be something serious to consider. If you want to get into a fight, you don't get in the fight like willy-nilly, right? You're just like, because your life is going to be on the line. If you don't have this feeling, well, your game is not that immersive, I guess, or I don't know what, like, you know,
Now, this is the case. One of the most enjoyable characters I ever played was Lurg, the Runt Orc.
Yeah.
right? So his story is the party captured him, and he was like, "Oh, thank you for rescuing me. They were making me do the dishes and repair shit. I don't have to be the bottom bitch anymore." Right? And he was like really like the Dark Lord had a bunch of like evil races working in a captured orc citadel.
Yeah.
And he was really into orc machinery because he was always having to repair it. Um, so when we rescued him, we were taking him and a group of other guys back to the town to be interrogated when we got attacked. And he was an NPC originally, right? And he was the only one, like everyone in the party was
Shadow.
talking, and he ended the attack because the game master let me throw him a dagger because my character was all across the field, like all the way over there, so I couldn't get in an attack. My only move was to throw a weapon to this guy. So I said, I want to play him, and the DM was like, I don't know how to do that. He's an orc. Just give him a human character sheet. Nobody will care.
Yeah.
um, but he whenever in combat, like he was using a jacked together chainsaw because he was like fucking with orc technology. So every time I go into combat, I'd have to roll to see if I could turn it on.
That's awesome. What system was this?
It's just D&D, but we kludged together these rules at the table, right?
With chainsaw. Okay.
Yeah.
I approve. I'm
Yeah.
just curious. I missed that.
But like the point was, if he managed to turn it on, it would be like a D8, and if he didn't, it would be a D4 for combat, and 2/3 of the time it was a D4.
Already.
And so,
But you know,
but he would go into a rage every time it wouldn't turn on because he's a fucking orc. So you get that psychotic,
Very 40
character.
K feel to it,
Yeah.
which I approve. I'm a fan.
Yeah. Well, it didn't do much damage, right? Because it was like,
Not if it didn't work.
well, even if it worked, it didn't do much damage because it fucking was put together by
well,
an orc.
chainsaw, not great one either. But
It was cool and thematic for the character.
yeah, that's fair. That's all
Shame
right.
on you for
But
being thematic.
Yeah.
you should be more of a power gamer.
Yeah.
No. I like the characters trying to do stupid shit and then having to live with the consequences.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question.
Well,
then,
if your character is stupid, right?
I have a question.
Yeah.
So I got in trouble recently on the tube of views for daring to suggest that that games should be immersive.
Well, everyone gets
I suggest that games should be immersive. What's wrong with suggesting the games be immersive?
I think games should be immersive.
Yeah.
Yeah. Some people don't want that. I know, just like, but I believe yeah, I believe games should be you know, I want to be in my character, right? In my mindset of my character. That's all I want. Like that's what I care about. But what I was saying about combat and like what you said, you know, like it should be about that. Like when there's a fight is about to happen, you should have this consideration. Like, do I want to get in that fight? Like, and like sometimes you have no choice. Sometimes it just happen on you. But like, if you get like you know, they need to be like some kind of a. Can we stack the advantage on our side? Can we, you know, fight shouldn't be assumed to be balanced or to be fair, right? There's gonna be like the different number, or can we come back later when we have more people, or can we corner them by a cliff, or can we, you know, can you try to make sure that they cannot use their usual tactic or their own horse? Let's put stake on the ground, right? Whatever. I find that's much more interesting than just like, okay, there's monster now. You can just open the door. There's an orc. Okay, now we're in a fight. We do this fight, then we go to the next room, right? Then now all your fight are gonna feel like samey, and at some point that just become resource management in the sense that like you manage your hit point and your spell and shit like that, but there's no like deeper thought, right? Than just like, oh, okay, now it's time to take a rest. Can we do one more fight before we take a rest? No, let's take a rest right now. I need more spell, right? Just like, for me, that's not engaging, right? I want like a
I understand it if like you're in a dungeon and you barricade the door and you take like a half hour, and
yeah,
that gets you up a little bit or something. But
Well, that if combat in your game system is sufficiently deadly,
Mhm.
then it requires the players excuse me, requires the players to consider their tactics.
yeah.
And in most role playing games, tactics don't matter.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But I guess also like the counterpoint of that, like I have a tendency to be a staller. Like Rick said, like I'm overly cautious and stuff like that because like yeah, like there's like oh okay, there's those guys we're gonna attack. Let's just not go in blind. Try to like let's try to figure out a plan. Let's try to get some information. Let's try to set an ambush. But I enjoy that part of the game as well, right? Like trying like kind of like this investigation, like or this you know oh, we want to kill that guy. Like, yeah, we can bust the door of his house and try to get in this big fight, or we can try to be clever about it, right?
Sneak
Right.
in the back window and root
Like,
around.
Yeah, or just like
groceries and catch one
try to
street.
draw him out of the town for some reason, why by himself, right? Try to lure him out, and then, do something like that.
If you just need like information or the MacGuffin, like a key or something like that.
Go
Yeah.
full on Branch Davidian on him.
Yeah. You sneak in and root around.
Burn down his compound.
Yeah, burn down his compound. Oh,
Burn
that's
down
something
his
you can do as well. And go the ATF style. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
Make up some make up some police reports, falsify jury summons or something, court summons.
But the point is I think that gamers and it's
Or was
the
that
fault,
Ruby Ridge?
some of it's
Yeah.
the fault of the games that they play. The games favor those kinds of tactics where we hand out experience points only for killing monsters. If we hand out experience points only for collecting treasure, and we don't reward the players for being imaginative and creative.
That's the one real thing I like about Morkborg. Is you don't go up as a level. Periodically you'll do something that will cause a single stat to either go up or down.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and you can go down in a stat. You break your leg, well, guess what? You've lost a stamina point until it's fully healed or whatever. Because you're
Oh, yeah.
limping around. You're limping around.
Could have been Dex.
Yeah.
Is it
Well,
Dex?
there isn't. There's only 4 stats in the game.
Yeah, I thought Dex would be one of them, but I guess not.
There's an agility, but it's for
Oh, yeah,
like
something.
I think it's agility. It's for accuracy and shit like that. Your
Anyway, that's beside the point.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's like you said, for your fingers, not your fist.
Yeah, that's dexterity's finger.
Yeah.
Yeah. Technically, like should be like the right hand, especially.
I was holding my teacup.
No, I mean like dexter. I mean right. And,
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay, that
Dex
makes
is
sense.
right, Sinister is left, right?
yeah, and
Drop my
Sinistra is
teacup. I can't wave my fingers while holding my teacup, man. I'll drop my teacup. I like my teacup.
yeah. So, with all that being said, like that's something I like
Mhm.
in gaming when you have to think and you have to be like in a sense like a tactical side that I enjoyed that goes beyond just like, oh, okay, I move here on the map and then oh, I can do this power that's gonna affect the people in the 3 square in front of me, and like yeah, that's less my jam, right?
Yeah, the limited, like clearly defined range of things. It's like it goes precisely 15 feet and then ends without exception, right? Or what would that be? 3 squares if you're doing the 5 foot
Yeah.
per square bullshit.
Yeah.
So yeah, it goes 3 squares and then ends. It's like, shouldn't there be like a diminishing, like keeps going, but not as much damage or something?
No, it's like it's all or nothing. Like
Yeah,
the
there's
fire
like
goes
a
all the way to
hard wall.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's a bit silly, but
Yeah,
So is MCDM the game? Whatever is gonna be is it gonna be a D&D killer? I
fuck
don't think so. I
that.
don't think that Matt Colville thinks so. I don't think Matt Colville wants so. Because like we
Um,
still like D&D.
well, because D&D isn't the system; it's the name, right? So the
Yes.
only way
The
Well,
lifestyle brand.
that's especially true nowadays because
Yeah.
like there's many system with the same name, right?
Yeah. The only way you're gonna kill D&D is by buying all the Hasbro Banda. Who the fuck owns that? Hasbro, right?
Hasbro. Yeah.
The only way you're gonna kill D&D is by buying all the Hasbro stock and closing the company down. Like,
You know, Hasbro could kill D&D.
yeah. Oh, that's
Hasbro
why I
could
said
shelve
buy.
D&D, yeah.
Yeah.
Hasbro has shelved other other of its IPs before.
Yeah.
All Hasbro, if Hasbro perceives that D&D is not making enough money, it could put D&D on hiatus.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll see what happens.
I think you'll
this
get
year.
more sub licensing. Before that, though, you'll get. Oh, you want to produce an official D&D book? Give us $50,000.
Well, they could always go the Games Workshop route and just pour out their name to, you want a D&D plushie, D&D coffee
Well,
mug.
they're already doing that, so it's not like.
Actually, as long as they're doing that, they don't even really care. About
And
the
now they
game.
have like the whole digital edition as well. Jim Cody was running a game of 2E today, D&D 2E. He'd say like that's the game that started all for me. It is the game I started with as well. Second edition AD&D. Yeah.
I started a little bit before that, and I actually
Yeah.
stopped playing. I stopped playing D&D about the time that AD&D was collapsing under the weight of splat books.
Yeah.
The green books, the brown books, the blue books. They had so many campaign books and class books, and it became such a chore that was the time I said, you know what, I'm done with role playing games.
Well,
Yeah, well, you didn't have
altogether.
to all.
Yeah. Well, I've never been a bit like I've never been a big fan of those supplements and those plat book and stuff like that.
Man, that's
I
the
bought
money, though.
some game I was like invested in. Sorry.
That's the money, though, man.
Oh yeah.
Especially
Well,
in the age of self-publishing, when you don't have to actually produce them. 'Cause
but I'm
that's
not
what
very
killed.
I'm not very money motivated, right?
Yeah,
but,
yeah, you crypto bro.
But like I bought some like at some supplement and some splat book for a game I was invested in, right? And say like, oh, that's gonna be cool and stuff like that. And then like he just made the game like more complex, or he added like more option that like really weren't needed and stuff like that. And usually I just found like it's taking away from the game more than it adds. So I always like regretted my buy in those cases.
Yeah, if it's giving you tools and ideas for dungeons and territories, towns, whatever, cultures, characters to put in the world.
And if you can choose without feeling any kind of guilt or anything like that, if you say, you know what, I'm going to use this, I'm going to choose this rule, and then when the player says, well, I don't like the rule, you say, well, this is my game, or I'm not going to let you play the, I don't know, Dragonborn Paladin or whatever because it's overpowered.
Yeah, but like we always did our own stuff too. So like we like just buying the book to add like new stuff. I say, well, we created our own stuff already, right? And just like it's just as good or more to our taste sometime, right? Because we created it specifically for what we want. Like we never had like this shame of oh, you know what? Oh, this is made by official designer. I say, we fucking made our own thing, like, and it works for us. It's good enough for us. Yeah. We do what we like. Also, I have like very specific taste, so oftentimes like buying stuff that other people made, I'm just gonna say, you know what? I wouldn't have done that way. and then you fill with it, and then you might have well done the whole thing yourself, right? Yeah.
I think that people just don't have time to do that like they used to. I look at
I
those,
think that's
you know,
bullshit. Because I was in the chat of EO Gamer, and one of the guys was arguing with me, and it's like, you're telling me you don't have time to do a less complex setup? And
no,
it's
no,
like,
no. You don't have time to make your own stuff.
yes, but
It-
that was the case. He was like, I need time to make maps and things like that. Don't
Oh
use maps.
yeah, exactly.
If-
That's
if you-
also something I agree with. Keep it simple.
yeah, the more simple you do, the less prep you need to do, right?
Yeah.
Like,
No, but you do need to do things like, you know, maybe stat out monsters or stat out NPCs or something like that.
yeah,
Especially
Well,
games where there's like not a lot of that stuff readily available.
yeah, but this is
some
true.
game you can do that very quickly too. Also, like you're just like you're
Yeah.
just like, oh, okay, he's gonna have a +5 to it. And he's gonna spit acid, right, or whatever, and that's enough. That's all you need. It's like,
Now that would be a good book to create for your system there.
well,
It is like a monster generator.
yeah.
Yeah, just like a
Well,
couple of
if
charts.
I might put that in the official book.
Yeah,
Jim Cody
yeah,
said I never could afford all the extra stuff. That was also part of our problem as well. We couldn't afford it, or a lot of it like weren't translated in French. And when I was a lad, I didn't speak English that well, right, or at all. So
yeah.
yeah, I just
He
got
did.
used to making up everything.
He did not yet know the lingua franca of the world.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That's how we
And
know.
a lot of stuff like that just didn't reach us because we're all the way up north in Quebec, right? Just like,
You didn't even get the good Nikita. You got the crappy Nikita.
yeah, the one made in China, not made in Japan. The blue one,
The blue one. No, La Femme
teal
Nikita.
one. Oh no, I thought you were talking the tool, the power tool, Makita.
Oh no.
Oh,
Nikita.
Nikita?
La Femme Nikita.
Oh.
Starring what was her name? The blonde chick.
Natasha.
Oh,
Meister?
that narrows it.
Oh, she has a weird fucking name too. Let's look it up.
No, he's fucking removed himself. There you go. Justin is gone. That's not me. He removed himself for some reason. Probably like closed his
Probably
tab.
wanted to go check his IMDb.
No, I probably closed his tab by mistake.
Yeah.
He's gonna come back. He's like our piece. Dragon Shadow say James Raggia, the esoteric creature creator. That's a pretty good OSR monster generator. I like a lot of like the Raji. I always forgot. Like I always want to say Raggy, but I think people say Raji. I think he says Raji.
I don't know him.
Yeah, he's the guy that make a lamentation of the flame prince. Well,
Okay.
lamentation of the flame princess. Yeah, I think I need to drink some
I'm
water.
vaguely familiar with that, but I don't play a lot of D&D clones.
Mhm.
I just have the older I get, the less I like the limitations of the class-based, level-based systems. I just, it's too hard to make a fighter different than every other fighter, or magic user different than every other magic user without making a different class. And I think if they just broke it down so that it was more modular, they wouldn't have that problem. But it's because it's the way it's always been, with few exceptions. Starting with Dungeons and Dragons and even games like Palladium, which I like Palladium, but everything's based on classes and skills.
Yeah.
Level up your class, level up your not skills, pardon me, races, and classes and races and levels.
Like for a long time, LOTFP was my go-to if I wanted to have like an OSR clone, like a D&D clone, right? Because like I like what he did with the rules. They were like straightforward. They were simple enough. small little book, cut to the chase, like the like the shoe letter is removed, right? All the like meaningless stuff and stuff like that. So I like that a lot, and I also like the kind of default time setting that is assumed, which is a little later than your usual D&D. So yeah, like maybe more like 16th, 17th century. But I'm not the biggest D&D guy either. But
No, I
for
like that, and eventually I would like to play a late Renaissance again 16th century role playing game if I could find the players and get the campaign worked out the way I want to.
yeah,
That's a Solomon King
Yeah.
Call of Cthulhu type game.
yeah.
Once
But what
it,
you're saying about too hard to make a fighter different from another fighter, like I think that well, I don't think it's the case in D&D, but like like I often talk about Pendragon and how I love this game, but in
Right.
Pendragon everybody's playing a human knight, right? And the whole point is like because you're all human knight, you have to look somewhere else to make your character interesting.
Right.
So you have to give him a personality of some sort. Did you find what you're looking for, Justin? The girl with the weird name, the blonde chicks with the weird name.
La Femme Nikita.
Pedal Wilson. I was just getting ready to type it in chat.
Well,
So what happened to you? You kick
I
yourself
opened
out?
up. I thought this was on Brave.
Oh,
So when I opened up IMDb, it closed this page down because I had it on Edge by accident.
oh,
Cody said LOTFP was my go-to for a bit as well, but I quickly realized I didn't like it. I really like the supplemental material for it. You see, that's something like the supplemental material. A lot of it I didn't care for because they were going with like for the gross out stuff and kind of like and just like yeah, that's less my taste, right? I didn't care that much for the aesthetic outside of that. Mostly like in the art and stuff like that. They would do it. The core book is fine, right? There's not too much that is like weird in there, but like in the experimental stuff, sometimes they go a bit far and just like some of it is very good, but in general, that wasn't my cup of tea. Yeah. Pendragon is a great game. One of the edition had rules for playing Magic User. I think that was in the supplement that they made that you can play like Magic User, and I always thought that was a mistake. And they gave also rules for playing a female knight, and that's a big controversy because in the new edition they're making it kind of normal, while in the other edition they were kind of like, well, if you want to do it, you shouldn't do it, but if you want to do it, that's something you could do and stuff like that, and some way to deal about it. But if you play a female knight, right, now that's what your character is. Your character is a female knight. You just typed now you deprived yourself from a chance of asking who my character is. Why is my character different than those other guy? What makes my character unique? Because now you got this ready-made thing that your character is unique because she's a female knight.
Yeah, I prefer more the development of your character through what you're doing than what the paper says at the top in the left-hand corner.
Yes, what you're doing, but also like your belief, your goal, your your stuff like that, right? I would say your instinct, but I'm also gonna talking like Burning Wheel, which not all bad.
Maybe the equipment you're choosing to carry might have some influence on that, but that would be about it.
Yeah.
You're not very knightly if you're not actually carrying a sword and wearing armor and doing the knightly things.
I've got to go engage. My kids are starting World War 4 or 5 or whatever upstairs. I
recommend use nukes. It always takes care of things permanently.
Hey, remember, it's not a war crime the first time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's all been done before, so
Right? So if my kids are fixing to start war crimes upstairs, they can hear it. I've got to
it's also not
gotta
a
find
war
out what's
crime
going
if
on.
you're certain people.
If you're French Canadian, no, no, that's not what you're talking about. No, but like I'm French Canadian, so we always say like, well, people stop fucking crying about war crime.
Yeah. I don't know,
Yeah.
man. It's one of those things.
Cody asked which edition of Pendragon I would recommend. I played, I think, second edition and fifth edition, but they change very little from edition to edition, so it doesn't really matter. Now they're going on. The sixth edition is about to come out, and that's the one that now they're including the female knight and stuff like that. But from what I understand, the rules are pretty much the same. It's gonna be like very minor change, so I don't think it mattered that much. Get one that is available, and
Like
yeah,
I was like I have no problem with it fundamentally. It's just if you're only doing it for propagandistic reasons, for shame, right?
well,
Like,
it's not for it's propagandist reason, or it's for like catering to the mob, right? Because if
that's
you don't do it,
propagandistic
like
as far as
yeah,
I'm
exactly. Like if you don't do it, like people are gonna come after you, like oh you still have this misogynistic game and stuff like that. I say, well, no, we're depicting a time period, right?
concerned.
We're trying to be authentic to that to some extent, but can't
Um,
do that anymore. Now every
this
fucking time period need to be like
Seattle,
modern day America, right? Yes,
yeah.
Seattle, right? Yeah.
Like Brienne Tarth from Game of Thrones is my favorite character in that series, and that was a female knight, but
That's we can talk about her because but like that's the thing. She was a female knight, and that was her struggle. That was what was typing her, right? That was like or part of her whole like she was well written. She was a female knight, but she's like was she yeah, at least before like the show went all completely off the deep end, right?
yeah. Well,
But
I
she
read
had
the
all this
books.
struggle there. What?
Unlike you, I read the books.
I did read the book. You read the books too.
Whoa, 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 whoa. You can read?
Yeah, I can. Not well, but
I will make this joke again next time you bring up reading something poorly and worse executed each time.
yeah.
Yeah. She was like
Oh, I read the book, but I would skip above over the Daenerys chapter.
the Daenerys chapter. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I fucking didn't care for her. It's fucking boring, especially at first I would read them, but like after like the Khal Drogo died and stuff like that. Yeah, man, she's just like
Yeah.
fucking being annoying when she started like ruling and just become like, oh, I've
Yeah.
got my army, and freeing the slave, and shut the fuck up, bitch.
Well, I do like the one that turned on her. Like she freed the one and was like taking advice, and then she turned on. Like I freed you, you fucking asshole.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I also
Uh,
like this whole fucking like diarrhea chapter and stuff like that. I don't know why they try to do that. They're the same thing in the Witcher as well. Like at some point, it's like this like whole like bit about Triss having diarrhea, and so like, why do you fucking need to write that? Like, come on.
it's to show you the grit and life of reality and stuff. Don't
I
you
don't
know
want to
the
read that.
past sucked?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I know
Um,
I know you're miserable in your current day life, but read that and see how much worse it was back then. Right?
yeah.
Don't revolt. Don't think we should go back.
Oh,
Anyway,
but yeah. Brienne Tarth was like a person who had to deal with the consequences of not being within the normal bounds
yeah.
of cultural society, but she wasn't stopped, right? She wasn't stopped from being a knight. She was just like, are you sure, are you sure this is
Well,
what you want to do?
she was like highly discouraged, right? She wasn't.
Yes.
She still did it,
Yeah.
but her father wasn't happy with it.
Yeah, but reasonably so. Like you're
And a lot of the
expecting,
night around like didn't want her around, right?
yeah,
Hello,
because
Phil.
hey Phil, how you doing?
How you doing?
Hey guys,
How you been?
I've been well. How are you guys been?
Taco
Good,
Bell.
Hold on.
So you're doing that bad?
Get up. All right. Hey.
Yeah. So what are your
Sorry.
thought on the Brianna Taff? Have you seen the Game of Thrones show? Have you read the book?
I've never. I think I read the first book.
She
Yeah.
wasn't in the first book.
Was she in the first
I
book?
don't know if she was,
I
but
don't
know.
I watched the whole show, and she was
Sorry.
cool
I
until.
want to apologize that you watched the entire show.
I mean,
Yeah.
Sorry, man.
yeah, it's pretty bad.
There was a good scene with
It was almost all good.
X's worst character.
Yeah.
What
No,
was-
because I don't know if you. I guess you're watching it in the background. Like we're talking about like those when in Pendragon when they include the female knight and say like, well, now you get like this ready-made solution, this ready-made question of what make your character special, right? Oh, she's a female knight, right? So you don't have to go look further, right? And I
Yeah.
think that's
All
what
you have to
made
do is
Pendragon so interesting.
take your helmet off.
Yeah,
Everyone's
exactly.
like,
Oh, look at
what?
me. Yeah.
Yeah.
But we're talking about that with Brian Taff, like that. She's not a bad written character. She's an interesting character and stuff like that, and she's fun in the show and
agree.
stuff like that. But like, that's her arc. That's her story. It's about being a female knight and how she deal with that and her,
Is
her
it?
way about him.
I think it's a
Yeah.
little more complex. They definitely
Well,
have to address
She got an
it.
internal struggle,
Yeah.
but it's based around that, like about like wanting being a knight, but also want to be like a
Wanting
woman,
to be taken
right?
seriously. Yeah, that is a big
Yeah.
part of it. That's for sure a big part of it.
Yeah.
I agree.
So I'm
Is
not
that
saying
good?
like he. What?
I said it's not bad. I guess.
It's not bad.
It's not
But I
interesting.
think it's kind of like the easy way,
Yeah.
and it's been done, right?
I think
And
that
you had
she
other
did it a
characters.
really good way. Because there's definitely a lot of she didn't really have a big arc other than that at all. It was more of like she kind of personified like a virtue
Yeah.
of like loyalty.
Yeah.
More than being an arc at all. I guess like
And being
dealing with
stupid.
being the perfect loyal person in certain circumstances. I guess that's an arc.
Brienne in the TV show.
Yeah, in the TV show.
Yeah, she was.
I
she
guess.
was
I haven't read the book.
pretty. Well, sorry, I had the door. My brother showed up early.
No. have to bail?
But no, he said 11. He's just gonna hang out downstairs for a bit. But in the books, she had turmoil and was really trying to help. What's his face?
Jamie.
Jamie.
Yeah, Jamie.
Yeah.
Incest ass monkey. Redeem
What?
himself for.
He's like one of the most interesting characters in the whole story.
Well,
Jamie?
yeah, he fathered.
On TV show, they fucking butchered him in last season. Awful.
Oh yeah,
he-
they butchered everybody.
Yeah.
Especially Brienne.
Yeah. Didn't she get together with Jamie in the show?
Yeah, that's when
always
it
thought
started
that's-
sucking. Is when
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hope that doesn't happen in the books. I only got up
cares?
to like the fourth one or something like that, fifth one, sixth one.
Well,
ninth
the book's
one.
never gonna come out, so
Yeah.
it's not gonna happen. Nothing
Well,
more is gonna happen. You read the
it's-
book. You read the book.
It's
It's
more
over.
likely than the next Name
It's
of
like
the
I'm
Wind
looking
or
down.
whatever. What was that? Name of the King, Name of the Wind. You ever
I
read
don't
those?
know.
Those
The
books?
Rothfuss one.
Yeah,
I didn't read
Yeah.
those one.
they're good. They're
Not
different.
really.
They're structured differently than most books.
Don't they have like a magic
it's-
user as protagonist?
Yeah, but
Yeah, I don't care.
It's not overdone in an annoying way. Right? He does magic and shit, but it's well. Like I think you would even enjoy it. But it's been 15 years since he wrote the last installment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hope
It's
you're not
fucking
holding your
bad, man.
breath.
Because you would have died 15 years ago.
I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not a good panelist for literature, unfortunately. I'm one of those people that can't read.
No, that's
Well,
Sorry,
okay.
Sean.
I can't
there's a
read
lot of
either.
bullshit. I got my problems in that department.
Yeah, I wasn't really paying attention to the stream because my kid was like freaking out. So I
Oh,
apologize for
sorry.
just hopping in
I
here.
tell
all
all you fucking,
blind.
I tell all you fucking breeders, the way you need to the way you need to deal with children.
The cornerstones of civilization. Is that who you're referring to?
Shut up! I keep telling all you.
What were you gonna
breeders,
say, Leecher?
I'm okay with that. I'm a productive member of society sometimes.
No, not me.
Sometimes. The way you deal with children is you go down to the pet store and you buy one of those dog collars with the taser attachment, and then they will learn to behave. Especially when
No.
you sew it closed.
Dragon's Shadow say, "My knight is special. He was a pagan that resisted the rise of all Pendragon, but was brought into the fold after losing a battle to Archer. Something more like that rather than I'm just a girl."
I'm just a girl.
Yeah.
In a world.
Yeah.
But it's also like when you it's not also like where your knights come from. It's where your knight wants to go, right? What is aspiration? What is his goal? What is his belief? Like how do you like if you are a girl that want to be a knight, that's like, it's so baked into the story. Like, well, we kind of know what you're about. Like, okay, you will want to be accepted as a true knight. It comes baked in with all those different things that kind of have to be there, unless you want to make it that it's just normal having a girl knight, right? And then at some point just becomes stupid, just become meaningless.
Acceptance is so boring.
Yeah, exactly.
It's about the struggle of being out of the norm, or a pain in someone's ass because you're a goody two shoe or a bad guy. Like the conflict. Like you still need the inciting conflict in a role playing game from a story, because what the fuck are you doing without conflict, right? Like if there's no Dark Lord, how are you supposed to go fucking kill the Dark Lord?
Why does it have to be a Dark Lord?
It's just
conflict
like the
comes in many
trope,
flavor.
right?
Yeah,
that's interesting. Because are we talking about role playing games right now, or are we talking about fiction?
Well, they're the same thing.
Well, not really,
that's
because you don't have
Phil.
sandbox fiction.
That's interesting, Phil. But you still want to have conflict in your world, right? If your world is all at peace and everybody's saying Kambuya,
you can have your conflict be whatever is between you and your objective.
In writing fiction,
you're the one that wants the thing, not the Dark Lord.
In writing fiction, they call it pantsing, not sandboxing. And it's when you have no idea where the story's going to go when you're writing it.
Yeah, I heard that's how Stephen King writes it.
That's how Stephen King writes.
And that's how George R. R. Martin doesn't write.
Yes, and there's this really funny moment when they're on like a talking tour together, and Martin's like, "I'm stuck at a point," and Stephen King's like, "Just skip over it." And Martin's face just goes completely blank, like he has no idea what fucking King is talking about. It's like, just put an asterisk in your fucking text document so you can come back to it and write what you think is going to happen next, because that will tell you what needs to go there. But no, the guy is a linear writer.
Yeah.
In the worst way.
Are you talking about your Pendragon game or no? Is that why that came up? Or is this just you love Pendragon?
I don't know. I know what we're talking about. Like, we're just talking.
Yeah. I'm just wondering how Pendragon came up.
This show
it just tends to come up with Max, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, that's what he likes. It's like me saying more
came up.
Yeah.
But let's play
exactly. I forgot what it came up. Why it came up.
I think we were talking about knights and something. You can rewatch the show later
That's
on
fair.
an
Yeah.
alt account to give yourself a view.
Somebody clip it. Somebody clip it.
That's not going
I-
to happen.
No, the I forgot where I was going, so I'm gonna read a question from chat.
Fair enough.
Sly Blue Demon, who's asking, do you guys like class based or skill based game more?
I don't care.
You don't care, really?
No.
I think I like
Just like
skill
the
based more
dice
right
rolling,
now.
I don't care. Only
I
thing
like
care
skill
about is
based
the
more,
beacon.
much
I
more.
like to tailor more than class based does.
The only thing I ask is that the system work.
Yeah.
And if the system works, it's good enough by me.
I like the skill based, yes, because I think they often give you like more freedom. But also what I don't tend to like that much in class based is when you get like those power that you can activate, they become like button that you can press, right, and do something, right?
I'd be
And then,
much
like-
happier with a class based system if it had like choices to make rather than powers that come online.
Yeah.
You know, like you're like, are you going to be more this or this? And I guess that's in the glorious 5e. That's your specialization or whatever. But
Yeah.
that's like one decision you make ever,
Mm-hmm.
and then you're locked in. Still kind of a class, anyways.
Yeah.
I don't know if any system does that, but
Well,
basically a
where
fucking hybrid.
like every
skill-based
level you
system
can
anyways.
there's some game like every level you can choose some feature and stuff like that. But they really become like power you can activate. Like, you just add them in your toolbar at the bottom, right? And then you press
Yeah, you hit
Yeah.
the button.
Do
fireball
skill-based
happens.
1 to
systems
0.
have powers?
Oftentimes they like a lot of them. Oftentimes they don't
You know,
in the same way. You just get better at what you're trying to do, right?
Mhm.
Sometimes you're gonna have like some special trait and stuff like that is gonna help you in a skill or allow you to use a skill in a bit different way.
World of
But-
Darkness certainly has powers.
World of Darkness is
But
almost
it's-
hybrid.
It is, yeah, because you pick a kind of classification and you get to
Yeah, you got
Get
like your
powers from
tribe and your auspice that
Mhm.
kind of like do kind
werewolf.
of like race class, I guess.
Yeah.
Uh,
or clan.
but then like the mechanics or skill based, right?
Yep.
So it's like World of Darkness. I would say they are like hybrid game.
They are a hybrid game.
They're not pure like skill based game. Yeah.
Take the best of both worlds and do what you can with it. It's always the right.
I'm gonna make a video tomorrow about my love-hate relationship with that system.
World of Darkness.
Yeah.
Never played it.
I was thinking about it, and I'm probably gonna do I'm probably gonna do at some point, because like since I reread the book and I prepare documents like that, like I take note, right? So I'm
Mhm.
probably gonna do a how-to video about Werewolf 20th anniversary. And what I want to do in this year is like I want to do those how-to video. I'm gonna play them as like they're gonna be recorded. I'm gonna play them as premiere, and then after the premiere end, I'm gonna go live and do like a review and a critique, right? So I was thinking about that
Good
thing,
way
and I
to
think like, what? Sorry.
So that's a good way to do it.
Yeah, I think so I can keep the two separate. So if you just want like the the primer and stuff like that, get into the game quickly, you can watch that. But and I was thinking about some stuff like I think one thing that slowed down the dice mechanic quite a bit is those
Yeah.
ones, removing success from the one.
That gets resolved with 5th edition.
Already, they don't do that anymore.
Yeah, I've never played Forsaken, or I've never played any of the new WAD, and I think
Yeah.
like a lot of my issues with it actually probably get addressed there. I think you have much more availability, or much more of an easier time doing like a sandbox lore light style of game with new World of Darkness. But yeah, V5 is doesn't have ones. It just has like you might have gotten hungry, and then it turns into like a bestial failure, and you kind of vampire on
Yeah,
everybody.
yeah. Like I've seen like the review of by the Black Lodge game guy.
The one that just
And
came out.
no, the
Oh.
one
Camarilla
before.
book one?
They do them in two part. Like the one like
Yeah.
they did one in the, or maybe they're just talking about it on the right stream. I forgot. But yeah, they have like this hunger mechanic, hunger blood dice or whatever, something
Mhm.
like that you
Mhm.
roll with the, and then if you get success on those, it means something.
If you really want me to explain it to you, I will. But
Go
you
ahead.
got it. Okay. So basically, vampires drink blood, and
Oh,
so
that's what you do.
they have 5 levels of how much they want blood.
And if they
Hunger.
don't, they become homosexual.
They get like, I'm
No,
gay.
they're always on.
Yeah. I'm turning gay. They're all gonna know.
What,
No,
what
so
they
like-
don't know is drinking blood makes them gay too.
Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, every dice pool that you roll, you also have to roll. You have to replace some of the dice in your pool with a number of dice equal to your hunger level. It goes from 1 to 5.
Okay, you
And those-
replace the dice.
Yeah, and those hunger
Okay.
dice have the ones on them.
Mm.
The bestial fail is on there, and also the crit success is also more bestial. So if you fail it and you have one of those dice in your pool, then you just kind of turn to the beast and start being a vampire monster. And if you succeed, or you get a critical, which is like if you roll 2 10s, then it's worth like 4 successes or something.
And
If
how
you get
fast
that
is the,
with a bestial critical, then you'll
Yeah.
succeed, but you're succeeding while showing your monstrous side. Or something.
oh,
In
that's
some way.
interesting. That's interesting.
It makes hunger like way more important instead of just like a battery to be charged up.
Yeah, that you just like end wave. Oh, okay, yeah, wake up, I
yeah,
go on,
it's like,
and then we do.
I'm gonna get
stuff,
3 more points so that I can turn on my super speed more.
Yeah,
It's not that anymore.
yeah,
which I
that
like a
that's
lot.
interesting.
And I
I know
wish that
like,
they would have done that with rage, but in a different way, kind of like
yeah,
your rage, you would have rage dice, and they do something like that. But and this is me talking to someone who hasn't read it, so this is just what I heard. But basically, if you fail at things, you kind of lose your rage. So you kind of want a lot of rage. But I think you'd want you do want the rage, but it's like if you get too much, then you
just
werewolf
flip that all the
out.
time.
But also you're kind of like you have to use it to kind of get that benefits of rage. So I wish that they would have played with that like push-pull mechanic.
Yeah,
rather
kind
than
of
just like
risk reward, or like,
yeah, that would have been
you-
like a really cool opportunity, but it sounds like they're not doing that at all.
yeah,
Which kind of upsetting. Also,
that's
they
a
took
shame,
out
yeah.
Pure Breed and Kinfolk and Metis.
But
So
yeah, how fast is
Oh.
the making a roll? How fast does it goes in Vampire?
well,
in
in
fight?
all those, it's either one roll or combat is just a contested roll, and you're like. You and the person who's fighting you each roll one time, and then that determines who wins that round of combat.
Yeah.
So it's much faster. There's no soak. There's no damage
Yeah,
roll.
because that's what I thought when we were playing, and
Yeah.
and I honestly I think with the digital dice made it worse. Like, and that's why when we play again, I'm probably gonna go back to a physical dice.
Yeah.
And that'd be interesting to see the difference as well, because now I was making a roll, and the Sophie's dice would give me like the result, right?
Mhm.
But then I have to go back and look for one.
Yeah, and they're all like X'd out. They're kind of hard to see, and like
Yeah, there was that. Yeah, exactly. And also like you roll a lot of fucking dice.
you roll fucking 4 times for one attack, and you're a werewolf. You attack multiple times in a round.
Yeah,
It's so
And-
fucking clunky.
and
There's
so-
no way you're
sometimes,
getting
like,
real time combat with World of
and
Darkness.
you're gonna roll like 12 dice, right? And then like, okay, no, I have
Yeah.
to like, and I think
Well,
if
it's
you're
not
just
a
like
small
counting
amount.
success, yeah, sometimes like
It's
if you have to
crazy.
like count success, right? That can be pretty fast. You just say, okay, this one. Okay, I got
Yeah.
5, right? But now you have to, okay, this one. Oh, this is 1, so I can now do -1. And
Yeah.
I think
You're like
I've
dissecting your
thought
pool.
like those
You're like,
one
oh,
exactly like slow down the roll quite a bit.
It's a bummer.
Yeah, but
That's a bummer.
and really, I don't think it would be needed at all. You could just do without the one, and you just say like if you roll no success, it's a botch. If you want to keep like the botch mechanic, right? And stuff like because now there's also this thing like, oh, you roll no success, but you have a one, now you have a botch and stuff like that. Like
Yeah, I hate ones. I agree.
yeah, like I and like they would probably need something to be adjusted in the game. Like and like I don't know if something you can house rule really without like fucking up a bunch of things in the game.
Well, if you roll
But
no
when they were designing the
successes,
game, they could have.
if you roll no successes, it's supposed to be the fail.
Yeah,
So you can't make
exactly.
all fails into botches. So I don't.
Well, no,
I don't know
nobody,
what the
because
easy solution is.
sometimes you have failed. Sometimes you need the number of success to succeed. No.
Yeah.
Oh well, no. I
Sometimes you
guess
need
not
one.
in that. It's just like sometimes you need one. It's just like well, then those are where we tax you. But that's also
Yeah.
something I find. That's also something I'm not a big fan of, because now sometimes you'll need more than one success to do something. But the GM will also change the difficulty level to have a success, right? I think you should only like change one of those two things.
Yep, that's V5. V5 does that. For 5th edition, it's all like every die is basically a 50-50. And the number of successes you get determines the difficulty. The number of just successes you need is the difficulty versus putting an arbitrary number from 4 to 8 or whatever the fuck it's doing.
That's what I'm doing with Bastard Sword, right?
Yeah, I would love to talk about Bastard Sword, actually.
Yeah. Well,
did I miss that?
No, no. We barely
thank
scratched the surface. That was my plan tonight.
we did not do that at all.
No.
I
just started mentioning that I changed the name, but I didn't finish explaining why. So I want to go back to that. But like now, just because we're talking about dice mechanic, when I was first working on my dice mechanic, I had this thing that once removes success, right? And I got that like basically like an inspiration from the old World of Darkness thing. And when I was testing it, I said, "Man, that needs to go."
Yeah,
it's fucking slowing things down.
Instantly clear what's happening when you roll dice.
Instantly. It's always the fastest.
Reading dice is so fucking irritating.
And
it's not about the math. It's about the speed, right? It's about the.
I think it's I think what I got like is fast enough.
Yeah. If you can make it faster, make it faster.
So what is your dice mechanic what is it now?
It's dice pool system still, where you look for success. What the fuck? I was trying to launch something.
What's the most dice you're gonna roll?
It's all algorithmic. So like there's no maximum, and if you were playing with D30, you could fucking use D30, right? It's just like it'd be like exceptional, but just because it's
a good thing usually, I have my 10 D30s sitting
exactly
around.
You roll 10 D30.
I don't think you have anything
finally
pre-made for that though.
No.
I'm gonna
no, but it's you have to bounce.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, have a good night, everybody. If you guys are still running when I come back, I doubt it. I'll yell at you and hop back in. But
my Steam just fucking crashed. I was trying to launch something.
Steam.
I love your face, Justin.
My face is sexy. Really. Don't you know it? Here, enjoy my beard.
God damn.
It doesn't work anymore.
Okay, party on, guys.
Well, I guess I won't have that. I wanted to launch my dice roller, but take care, Justin. Talk to you soon. I wanted to launch my dice roller, but I guess that's not gonna happen. I'll need to reboot my computer. I got like some problem. But anyway, so
I think you told me this before, and I'm sorry. So you get the number of faces goes up with your attribute, and then number of dice is
number
your
of
skill.
dice. Exactly.
Right.
And the number of face, it's like a pair of attribute.
Mm-hmm. And then it's something like 13, or I forget. You had like a number. I forget what the number was. You said that you. I don't know. I think it might have just been an example you told me once.
No. I was saying like sometimes like if there's gonna be some skill, like let's say like a skill rely on agility and strength, right? Well, you add your agility and strength, and that gives you the number of face your dice can have. Maximum, so you have like a 3 and a 4 that give like 7. If you don't have like dice 7, which the games assume you don't, you roll d6, right? But because it's all like math based, like if you're a weirdo that want to play with all those fucking weird dice, well, you could, right? It doesn't change the thing, right?
Sophie's dice is requirement for. You get to get D7 on Sophie's, I think.
Yeah, you can get all you want. Yeah. But now I can fucking launch it because my Steam crashed and it won't fucking open again. Anyway, the joy of Linux, man. It's going downhill.
Yeah, I'm curious as to how great that is for you.
Ever since like they included like they added like a community guideline and shit like that, and trying to have not only white men do the contribution. It's going to shit. Because it was all like white men like pushing the code in the kernel.
Like, what is that, DEI into Linux?
Yeah. It used to be like very meritocratic, like, well, if your code was good, we're gonna integrate it. If your code is shit, we're not. But now like it's all like, well, you only can read code from white men. Well, we don't need to know who push shit, right?
Yeah.
We don't care about that. But anyway. So now it's downhill. It's going downhill. But every fucking OS sucks now. So yeah. Anyway. So like, yeah, so if your two attributes together give you a 7, you would roll like d6, but then if you can get an 8, then you can roll d8, whatever, right? And it would be, if you roll 8 dice, that's a lot, right?
Okay.
Yeah, you could go like rolling 10 dice and stuff like that. That's like probably like around the most that you would normally do. It's pretty exceptional. If usually you're gonna roll like 3 to 5, right? That's gonna be like a more normal roll.
That's not so bad.
Yeah. No, I don't think it is. And you multiple of 4, like, well, it's basically if anything above 4 give you a success. 4 and above, I should say. Anything 4 and above give you success. Everything 8 and above give you 2 success. Everything 12 and above give you 3 success, and so forth. Right?
Okay.
Yeah. So if you manage to get,
there's like a little math in there.
There's a little math in there.
When you're looking at like 4 dice, you're like, oh fuck. Like, do you need to? Are you adding the remainders together?
No.
Okay.
No. You don't sum them, so you don't have to add the dice together.
So, like, that's 2 successes. That's 1.
Yeah, exactly. You just look at the dice pool. You say, okay, that's a 3, nothing. That's a 4, that's 1. That's a 5, that's 1. That's and it's only when you start like having like in 8-sided dice, which now you're already pretty good. 12-sided dice, it's like kind of exceptional. You need to be like very awesome at two attributes usually to be there, right?
Okay, so I have a 12. So let's talk attributes. You have like 8, right, or something? How many attributes do you have?
6. They're
pretty similar.
Close to the basic D&D. Yeah.
3 physical, 3 mental, sort of.
Yeah.
So I don't know what I was gonna say. If I'm like a super good, I guess we'll say diplomat.
Yeah.
How good would I have to be to get 12s?
Well, because like 12,
what
like
is that? What does that require on a sheet?
You need like to have like your 2 attributes. Sorry, I'm just gonna you need to, like, if you want to be like a diplomat, that would be like the skill would be like about influence, stuff like that, and the specialty, like, have like persuasion, for example. Persuasion is based on persona, which is like kind of the equivalent of like charisma. Yeah, and this one, like, you double down it double up on the same attribute. So it's you add persona twice, basically. Like, so if you have a 6 in persona, that'll give you a 12-sided dice, right?
Okay.
because you
So
had the
all of
personage
the
itself. But
almost all the
like a
roles are
6
two
is
attributes.
very high. Yeah, all the roles are 2 attributes, or
Okay.
based on 2 attributes. But it can like lifting stuff. It's double down on strength. Like some like the attribute is paired with itself, right?
It's kind of World of Darknessy too, like where
A
you
bit,
like
yeah.
pick 2, you make your pool.
You pick a skill. Well, in the World of Darkness, you pick a skill, and but
Yeah,
like
it's
because
not
World of Darkness
exactly.
only D10. Yeah, now like you look at those 2 attributes, like
Yeah, it's not really
diplomat. You got also like a statecraft is a specialty of intrigue, right?
Mhm.
And that's based on personal and wisdom. So if you want a D12 in that, then you have to have like those 2 skill that are 6, or you could have like a person of 8 and a wisdom of 4. But those are very, very like going to 6 is a very, very high score, right? It's like exceptional score.
So how often do you like playtest it?
Lately, not as much as I used to. We used to do it like regularly. I had like a group, and you always go like sometimes like we playtest it a bit,
Mhm.
and then we found something that's broken, and then like we don't playtest it for like a month or 2 because I'm go back to the
'Cause you're
drawing
fixing it.
board and I'm fixing it and stuff like that. Yeah,
But you have
but
to make your cabinets first. You're
exactly.
like,
Moving
basic
and
guys, I can't be.
in the summer, like when I had the woodland, right? You always have chore to do. That's also part of why I moved.
I'm really interested in that. In all your magic specializations, it sounds really cool.
Yeah, I still need to work on big work on that.
I'm really
Yeah.
interested in like seeing how it all plays out.
Yeah, me too. That's the thing that's less playtested now because we just wanted to have like the core thing that everybody's gonna. And one thing that I'm
Like you
quite
got that
like
pretty hammered out.
the magic.
No, like your core.
Oh, the core,
skill
yeah,
mechanic.
the core. Yeah, I'm changing. I'm doing a big change now. That's something.
Mm.
Let me talk first about the name change, right?
Of course.
You know, because you follow Bear and stuff like that. But people watching, like, we're joking around with Bear that like, oh, WinterDawn, which used to be the name, say like, oh, that evoke a setting, right? It make the promise of some kind of like, oh, something is gonna happen about that, right? It means something. And I say, well, that's not the game I'm writing. I'm focusing on the mechanic. The game is all about like, it's all about like the system. There's kind of like an implied setting. It's medieval fantasy, a little later, maybe like 16th, 17th century, stuff like that, which is a time period that I like when you start having guns, stuff like that. Early gun. And they are like fantasy race and stuff like that. So it does imply that as well. And you can tell something by the fantasy race by seeing the kind of background they have, the bonus they get. It's like I'm not gonna tell you everything. I'm going like kind of like the Dark Soul approach, right? If you look into it, you can figure it out. But I'm not gonna give it all to you.
The Dark Souls approach. Check the wiki. Is the
yeah, exactly. Talk to the community.
Wait till the wiki comes out, guys.
No, draw your own conclusion, basically.
Yeah,
you know, that's also part of it, right?
I got you.
But but as a thing, like having a name that invoke a setting that I don't want to include was a problem.
Can I say something about that?
Yes.
I think WinterDawn. It's WinterDawn, right?
Yeah, DAWN.
I got you.
I cannot pronounce it, which also a problem. I should have a name for my game that I can pronounce somewhat.
That's fair. But it kind of, I guess it implies a setting. It implies it's like winter.
Yeah.
You know, I think that if you were to use it as sort of like a jumping point for art, I don't think that's terrible. Like you make a lot of your art like in the wilderness, and it's kind of snowing, people in cloaks.
Well, you know, like the name came about from quite a long time ago, actually. When I was
some world building you did as a child or something.
Not as a child, but it was just before actually like the Game of Thrones show started, right?
Mm-hmm.
And at the time there was a lot of like environmental talk and stuff like that. People talk about global warming and stuff like that. And I always thought it was a fucking stupid thing, not to go all political here, but because like the thing that always bothered me, especially like coming from the north of Quebec, I said like, who the fuck care about global warming?
Yeah.
It can get fucking 1 degree warmer. It's not gonna fucking kill us, right? So, if anything,
Speak for
it's gonna be
yourself,
good
man. I'm
for
in
the
East
human race.
Texas.
Like what?
I said, speak for yourself. I'm in East Texas. I don't want that shit going on.
But like there's people
A
like
degree
saying, like,
warmer. I get the point.
and human being, we're kind of like a tropical species. You know, we live much more concentrated around the
Yeah.
tropics, and the more up north you go, the more sparse the population. So that's just looking at that tells you we prefer living where it's warmer. Right?
So there's a lot of food, by the way.
It's yeah, exactly, and that's the thing. That is the thing as well. It increased biodiversity. Like the where you go when it's warmer, it increases biodiversity.
Yeah.
And it used to like the north, like used to be like we didn't used to have ice cap, right? The world used to be much warmer in the past. Anyway, all that to say that I was saying like, you know, what would be the real problem is if we're going back to an ice age, right? If the
Yeah.
world 2 degree warmer, that's not really a problem. We can adapt to that pretty easy, right?
Yep.
If the world go a few degree cooler, we're gonna be much more in trouble for that.
Yeah.
You know, like and
You can live in a lot fewer places.
Exactly.
Versus the other way around. It kind of
and there's always like, oh, what if the ocean are rising and stuff like that, right? It's just like, well, you know, maybe some places are not going to be like, well, the Dutch have been dealing with that for centuries now. But, so it's still something we can adapt as well. But also, like, yeah, maybe there's going to be some places that are not going to be livable anymore, but some other places are going to be much more livable. You know,
yeah, like, Greenland's going to be badass.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Canada,
and that's the thing
Russia.
too. You know, when
huge
the Vikings,
land masses,
when the Vikings settled in Greenland, it was much warmer than it is now because they were in the end of a warm period, and they left at some point because of that, because like the warm period ended, and now like they couldn't fucking grow shit anymore.
My schizo brain thinks that that is more likely that it's going to be getting colder.
Yeah, I think so as well. But anyway, and so I had like this campaign setting where it was a new ice age coming up, and like all the trouble that was caused by that, right?
Yeah,
and then and then the Game of Thrones show came out, and in the Game of Thrones show, there's all this thing about winter's coming and all the bullshit that and so I said, well, no, it's too samey, right? That's been done now, even though, like, you know, I wasn't there before because like the books have existed for a long time. I just wasn't aware of it before the show came out, the TV show came out. But now that everybody knows about the TV show, having this setting would just like comment like, well, okay, you're just trying to Game of Thrones.
Yeah,
so I
it does sound very Game of Thrones. That's fair.
Exactly. I didn't want to do that anymore, so I just like trash it. But then it kind of stuck around, and also I was much more interested in mechanic and stuff like that than actually like
making a name,
making a setting. Right? That's not my thing. Yeah. So that's why we
Game of Thrones doesn't own winter, but
no,
I understand the logic.
Yeah, exactly. Like they don't own winter, but in the same way they kind of do, right? They make their mark on it now, like because they have like this winter's coming is such a recognizable phrase now, right? So there's that. And so yeah, so dice mechanic
derailed you. Sorry.
Yeah. What else? When I would oh yeah, one thing that I'm changing now, one big change that is coming, which is going to delay it quite a bit because it implies a little rewriting, right? I used to have those a lot of skill, like I still do. I'm not changing. It's not a mechanical change I'm doing. It's a change in presentation, right? And I think that presentation and the way that you explain the rules does impact a lot if the rules is playable or not, right? Sometimes like I've seen some rules that are just like that would work, but the designer just like gave them like obscure name or like just presented it in a weird way, or and it just completely impaired the game, the rule. And I think I was doing that as well, right?
This is what
Hmm?
you're talking about. I've heard you mention a couple times that like people make rules and they give them names to sound smart, but they're stupid.
Yeah.
Really. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I
And
think that with skills, it's not a big deal to have a shitload of them because you don't need to know. You don't need a description of what a skill is. Like
yeah.
there, it should be really clear based on the name of a skill what it does.
No, but it's not the number that bothers me that much,
Mhm.
although it is I. It's like because like I'll say like each what I used to say is
Mhm.
that each skill was part of a skill group, right? And you add the rank of the group to the rank of your skill. That's the way I was doing thing
Oh.
right now, right?
Kind of like
So
the old Star Wars D6 kind of.
I forget. Been played that game in like more than 20 years. But
You'd have like blasters, and then you'd have like heavy blaster, and then
oh
like
yeah.
you're better at heavy blaster, but you also have the blaster skill for all the
But
other
that's the thing.
blasters.
I think what they're doing is what I'm gonna do now, right?
Mhm.
I think the skill was blaster, and you had like specialty under that,
Yeah, I think they call them specialties. Yeah.
and that's what I'm gonna do now. So mechanically, it's gonna be the same thing, right?
Mhm.
And you always roll with one of your specialty, right? So like I mentioned, like you're talking about being a diplomat, right?
Yeah.
So you had the skill group intrigue, and in that you had etiquette, heraldry, law, occult, and statecraft,
That's
which
cool.
were the skill. And like the way you increase the rank of the skill group is by trading in 3 points from the skill underneath for 1 point of the skill group, right? And that was like a way to kind of transversal
So
knowledge.
if you had heraldry 3, you could
Yeah.
turn that into intrigue.
No, yeah, it's be like from
1
three
or
different
whatever.
skill.
Oh, okay.
So if you have an heraldry 3, law 1, occult 2, you can trade that in for heraldry 3, law
Heraldry 2.
0, and occult
Yeah.
1.
0.
No, I said yeah 2, but now it'd be 1.
You said 311.
Oh, I thought I said
So
3
is it
1 2.
200?
Yeah, it'd be 200.
Yeah.
But now because your skill group become 1, then the
It's
dice
the
pool
same.
for those skills is
Effectively
the same,
but
but the other skill
I got you.
in that group have been improved, right? So that's anyway, that's the way I would do it, and basically now it's the same way mechanically, but intrigue is going to be the skill, and the one underneath is going to be specialty. And
Okay.
I think it's just make it simpler to explain because it's
So
something people are more familiar with.
Is
Mhm.
there a rank? I mean, this is all like XP expenditure. Who does anything but one shots these days? Am I right? But when you take away those 3, is there like something you have to do to advance to take those 3 out and put it in intrigue, or is
No,
it just
you
automatically you're doing that?
just automatically.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So as soon as
So
basically
when
as
you
soon as
get
you get
that
like a
third,
point, exactly,
whatever.
you just
Yeah.
like exactly when you get
Okay.
that third point for a specialty, you can just like straight up raise the skill.
Right
Yeah.
on.
And yeah, so I think that's gonna be make thing just a little simpler to explain because it's maybe more intuitive.
Mhm.
Say, okay, you got those 18 skill, each one of them got 4 to 6 specialty.
Mhm.
And
I
when
also like the way it kind of hybridizes class a little bit with those like umbrella categories, because you're like, I'm an intrigue guy, and I don't know what your other categories are. Intrigue stealth guy, or
yeah, stealth would be like a part of grace.
Okay, I'm a very intrigue grace
Graceful.
guy then.
Yeah, you're graceful. You're graceful.
I like to dance with my courtesans. Or
Yeah,
whatever.
Grace has acrobatic, balance, reflex, and stealth.
That's me. That's me.
Yeah, but you know that's the idea was that like the examples oftentimes I take is like
Wait, am I dance? Did you say dance?
No, dance is an art.
Okay, that's where I'm going.
Arts, yeah, arts, yeah,
Arts
arts.
intrigue.
You got Yeah, acting, dancing, drawing, music, and poetry.
Finally.
Yeah.
Ready for the
Poetry, exactly.
dungeon, baby.
Exactly. That's funny, but I got. We can talk about that. I got like mechanic that arts. It's actually important in the game.
course it
There's
is.
actually an actual
You don't have to
reason
sell
have, like,
me
an
on it.
opinion.
I love the arts. No,
Yeah. But no, the example of time attack, we can talk about arts. You know, like I say, like or like athleticism is easy to understand, like because
Sure.
like you got like climbing, jumping, lifting, running, swimming, right?
Yeah.
You can just do lifting, right? It's just and you're just gonna be good at that, and you increase your lifting all the time. You're gonna be a great lifter.
Just
It's not
like
gonna
real
make you
life. Just like real life. Yeah.
exactly exactly, but it won't make you good at running or swimming or climbing, right? But if you do a bit of lifting, if you do a bit of running and a bit of swimming and stuff like that, you're gonna be like a generally a well-rounded athlete.
More
And
athletic.
then even if you, sorry,
More athletic. Yeah.
yeah.
Like you
So
said.
then even if you try to go
I
jumping
got
afterward,
my posture sucks. Like, because I have this
Oh.
fucking piece of shit.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
And so I have to be like, yeah, hey.
Oh, yeah.
And so I'm like,
Take it
hunched
in
over.
your hand like people do
I
now.
gotta get, yeah.
Yeah.
I
That
need
look
to do
very
more.
natural.
I had to censor that. It actually looks like a white penis.
Oh
It's
yeah, no
blurred
way.
out. It blurs out automatically on my Streamlab.
The what I was saying. Oh yeah,
You're saying athletic.
so you do some lifting, you do some swimming, some running. You come to climb a sheer surface, like you do some climbing. Well, even though you never really train for that, you're a pretty athletic guy now because you do all those other sport, right? And same thing with the like knowledge. Like knowledge, you got folklore, geography, history, linguistic, religion, and
Ooh,
sailing,
yeah.
right? So even if you,
I really want to play a game. Just saying.
we will at some
This
point.
sounds awesome. This skill thing sounds
Yeah.
awesome. Sorry.
We will at some point. So you know, but that's the thing too. Like, oh, you learn some history, you learn some geography, you learn some
Yeah.
religion. Well, at some point you're gonna pick up something about folklore and about linguistic as well, right? So
Yeah.
that's why like I wanted to have those skills like work together in that sense, in that way.
So are we talking milestones here? What are we doing
For
advanced?
experience?
Yeah.
Oh,
Or you do like a point system, kind of similar to
every skill gain their experience on their own.
whatever. Mm-hmm. Oh.
So you don't really have a choice. So you have a choice, but it's not like they don't compete against each other. Like, oh, do I want to raise that skill, that skill?
Mhm.
That's not how it goes, right? A bit, because every time you, what I call like change tempo.
Mhm.
So
End of a session. Is that what you're saying?
no, end of a basically
Scene.
and like if end of a scene almost
Mhm.
usually, but sometimes more than once in a scene. If you go like we're not like in initiative, like we're not in combat and stuff like that, like
Yeah.
what I call interaction tempo. And then you go in action tempo, where now we're gonna track more on initiative, and then you go out of that. Well, then you can gain an experience point in all those for a skill that you use. So if you didn't use any skill,
Now, are we talking about umbrella groups or are we talking about specializations?
the specialization.
Of course.
So for every you can put like
So the only way to increase the umbrella group is to get 3 specialization.
yeah, exactly.
Okay.
3 specializations, and it's to use them. So basically, you get better at stuff by using them, and
I got you.
you gain a point of experience. And when you have like 4 times the kind of the next level, if you want, right?
Sure.
So if you want to go to level 2, you need like 8 points of experience. Then you can just like right away raise it. So there's no level. There's
hold
no.
on a second.
What?
This seems very power gamery. Like I could power game it. Because when your specialization hits, your specializations decrease.
Yes.
So if I have
it's
3 and 1 1.
No. You know, you include the rank of the rank of the skill.
Okay, so
in
the umbrella
cost of
skill
experience.
is also
Yeah.
adding to the cost. Gotcha.
Yeah, exactly.
Of course.
It's basically like the number of dice in your dice pool times 4 that it costs
Dice
you,
pool.
and because you always add the skill. So yeah, no, I thought about that.
Because you already broke that one. Like your playtest, you're like, oh fuck.
No, but I was thinking, well, wait, is there a way that not raising your skill
Yeah,
and keeping your specialty low would benefit you? And so I'd say, nah, that cannot be
good.
that, right?
Because fuck
Yeah.
those guys.
Exactly. But
That's me. Like last month. That's me.
no, but it's great. Also, people like trying to break your game when you try to test it.
Sure, happy to.
So that's the big change that I'm making now. That I require a lot of rewriting, because now, like, every time I refer to a skill, like I need to go change it for like a specialty and stuff like that. Like,
how many umbrella groups are there?
18.
Wow. Not 18 specialties.
No, there's each
It's
of those 18 got 4 to 6 specialty. Yeah.
It's fucking rad.
Yeah, it's a big list of skill.
Yeah.
And because I also allowed myself to include
there's got to be like overlap. There's got to be like situations where multiple skills could apply, right? Or did you do a good job of that?
I try to keep them like separate pretty much, but that's the thing. I have like skill that are like sometimes like are you trying to persuade somebody or intimidate somebody? They're different skills. They're in the same group, right? Or you're trying to barter, or you're trying to appraise, right? It's what
like
you're
90
trying to do
skills.
Exactly. Yeah, you're right. 90 skill, exactly.
Is it?
Yeah. Well, 90 specialty. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, but
I'm getting it wrong. You're making me get it wrong now. Right.
But the housecraft, for example, right, is like I got the housecraft skill with the specialty of like cleaning, cooking, farming, sewing, and stewardship, which I don't expect to come.
I feel like farming should be its own umbrella.
I wanted to put like gardening, but yeah, I wanted to keep it like a little smaller. But that's the thing, like I don't expect that to come.
What kind of fucking game are you playing?
Exactly. Like I don't really like. I wanted to have like
farming cleaning game.
Yeah, but I know cleaning. I can come up with a situation where cleaning would come, right? You're trying to disguise them like a
if you've just murdered someone,
exactly, murder scene, right? And you want to fucking clean it up,
It's true.
But I allowed myself to have those skills that are less useful or more rare, because of the way you gain experience per skill. It doesn't take away from something else, right?
Yeah, and it gives you an opportunity to like, because you're trying to hit those marks to get the umbrella.
Yeah.
So you're like,
yeah.
Do you need me to sweep up? Hey, does anyone need me to sweep up around me?
But you need to make a roll, so you need to like, you need to be like some challenge. If you're just like,
I want to roll it. I want to roll it.
Yeah. But
like, dude, you didn't sweep up. Like,
and
I tried. I fucking tried.
And like also, like I told you, like spirit is a big mechanic in that game, right? And
spirit is a attribute, I thought. Yeah.
Spirit is a pool.
Oh,
it
that's
kind of takes place of your hit point in a sense, but it's like it's a mix between your stamina and your moral, right? So you can spend those spirit points to gain bonus dice when you try to roll something.
Yeah.
But you can never roll more dice in your dice pool than you have current point in your spirit pool, right? In your spirit.
Okay.
So at some point you kind of get like exhausted, right? You get too tired, and then you kind of like your dice pool is reduced.
Can you burn your spirit to get your dice pool beyond your spirit?
No.
No. I feel like that would be kind of a cool thing where you're like your last chance, sort of.
Oh, you also cannot like you cannot buy more dice with your spirit than you got base dice, right? There's a limit on the number. That's why I say like 10 dice with pretty high, because you cannot have more bonus dice than standard dice.
Okay, so you're saying you can spend 5. I don't know how much spirit a normal human has.
It's a normal human would have like in 24 spirit, right? Around that part.
So you're using it like all the time.
You expected to use it often, but it's also like they don't like getting 1 dice of spirit is cost you one. Getting one bonus die costs you 1 point,
Sure.
but getting 2 costs you 3, and getting
turns
3
into that.
costs you 10.
What's
Exactly.
that called? Like the Pascals. Oh no. Okay, so it's a different, and that's
Yeah.
it. 10.
10 for
Is that where
3.
you end it?
If you had like a lot, you can get
I
like
want
4.
5.
You have,
What
like,
if I want 5?
that'd be like 100. So nobody has 100
Easy,
point
easy.
spirit. But if somebody could have over 30 point of spirit,
Yeah.
somebody that's very spirited,
So you could clean yourself to death.
that'd
Yeah.
give you like 30 point of spirit, and then like
Yeah.
you put everything you got in that one fucking action.
I'm gonna fucking clean the hell out of this table, guys.
Yeah.
Like, hey,
Yeah.
slow down. Like, no.
And you know, like I come from the world of powerlifting, right? And we say like well, you get like 3 lift.
Yeah.
When you go for a one rep max, you got 3 attempts to get it, right? So you spend like, you got 30 spirit, 30 point of spirit, you spend 10 on each attempt, there you go, right? Maybe on the first one you go a little lighter, you only like spend 3, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, the game's also
To get the
influenced by
form going, you got to burn one for the form.
the game is also influenced by my experience, right? As an athlete.
Your massive athletics pool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All in one skill. I'm also a runner.
Nice. Do you run a lot?
But
Just as
I like to
an
run,
aside.
yeah.
Everyone
I
tells
quite
me
like,
it's bad for my knees, but I kind of like it.
yeah, I run with the barefoot shoes.
Yeah, I saw those boots that
Yeah.
you're wearing. This is
Yeah.
totally opposite. But on your little wilderness walks, what is those boots you got?
They're Leguano. If Leguano want to sponsor me, I love those. They have almost no sole. Very like,
Leguano.
yeah, they're expensive though. Fuck. But they have almost no sole. There's like they're completely flat, and they have a wide toe box, so you can like walk with your toes spread out.
Yeah.
So when I run, I don't run on the heel. I run on the ball of the foot. So then you use like the springiness of the feet as a chuck, right?
I was telling someone
It's much easier on the knee.
like you're much more like a dog runs.
Yeah.
Like they kind of.
Yeah.
Did you know that when kids walk on their balls of their feet, it's a sign of like autism?
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. But
Which is
I'm
weird
not an
because
autistic.
like it's fucking natural. Like it's a weird like thing to me.
Yeah.
Because I
but
got a kid and she falls on her ass all the time. So I'm just like,
Mhm.
it's easier to not trip and fall if you're doing kind of balls on your feet. Like I've never fallen that way, but
yeah.
much
No,
more
that's
careful.
what that's
So I'm always
that's
like
how I
tippy
tend to
toes,
walk as
baby.
well. Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
This
That's
is
how
a
I tend to
total
walk.
fucking aside. But yeah. Anyways.
So yeah, you can like you can exhaust yourself. And I was talking about spirit. Oh yeah, because like cooking is an important skill, because one way to regain
Sure.
spirit, like sleeping, is gonna get you regain spirit, but also like doing like fun stuff is gonna allow you to regain spirit, right? So if somebody in your party is a good cook and can cook a feast for the crew, right, you're gonna regain spirit together, right? Doing good stuff with people you like, you know. It's a big, because that's what I'm saying. It's like, and that's also part of like my experience in the sport, right? Sometimes you go in the gym or whatever and you're tired, you're gonna underperform. But even if you sleep well, if you go in, you're kind of depressed or down in a rut, it's gonna be the same thing, right? That's why I kind of mix the both morale and stamina, because like functionally they work very similarly, in my experience anyway.
Yeah, I like it.
And people that are depressed, always like tired and stuff like that, so I say, you know what, might as well make one thing. And I think that's what the game, like the resource management in my game, it's all about that. It's all about your energy and your mental well-being. It's Depression Quest, the role-playing game. So
Bastard
you have to like,
sword your depression.
bastard, exactly. So it's a game about like being tired and sad. So you have to do fun stuff with your buddies, right? You have to
Yeah.
having feasts, but also like I was talking about art, right?
Tipping cows,
Yeah,
going
tipping
out there, we're doing
cows,
pranks.
merrymaking,
Just a
but
bunch of pranksters.
like playing music, right?
Sure.
So if you
Was
have
that part
somebody
of the
that's like,
house? Oh no, that's arts.
no, that's art, but cooking is part of the house
I'm
craft,
telling
right?
you, I'm bringing it. That's what you're saying is good, right?
Yeah, exactly. The cleaning, right? When you sleep, you're gonna regain like some. You can make a roll, whatever, to regain some spirit.
Yeah.
But if you sleep in a clean bed, you can gain more.
Nice.
If you sleep in the rough and stuff like that, if you sleep in a bad bed,
Okay,
you can get like bonus.
So you have gone ahead and looked at all 90 specializations and added mechanical little tweaks here and there to kind of make them justifiable, or
Not all of them, but
some
a
of them
lot
are
of them.
obviously useful.
Yeah, and a lot of them got like raison d'être that
Mhm.
you wouldn't necessarily expect, right? It can seem like, well, why do I want to do that, right? So, well, you know what? There's a reason for it.
So you went through the
So,
90 and you're like, this one makes sense, this one makes sense. Why the fuck did I write this here? And you're like, okay, I
Yep.
need to.
But also like
Oh.
sometimes, like, you know,
How do I
some
make
of
it make
them
sense?
work on like filler hole and stuff like that, and there's might some of them that I might still play with a bit. But yeah, I
So
find I
when you
just find like
create, yeah.
yeah.
I was gonna say, when you do character creation, then it's a
Yeah.
skill-based system. It sounds like you're doing.
Yeah.
So are you doing a life path also?
Yeah,
or-
I'm doing a life path creation
Nice.
system. So you start with who your character is, and like
Can we
what
do a character creation right now? Is that an option?
I don't have it finished. I can go.
Okay.
I can like, because I don't like, I'm still playing with the number and stuff like that. Like when we do the play test, I can just do like I can show you a bit. When I do the play test,
I don't know how much you want to do. Make this
I
about
just make
Bastard Sword,
exactly. I
but-
just like make character. Well, that was the topic tonight. That was the topic tonight. I'm glad you're asking question. But okay.
I've
I'll share my
been,
screen.
while you're looking that up, I've been learning Traveler today. That's what I was doing today.
Oh yeah.
It's
Simple.
the
Very
rolling
simple,
the rolling 12 d10s made me want to roll 2d6.
Yes. Can you read that? Or is that too small?
Oh yeah, I can read it.
I can try to make it
I
a
got
little
a
bit bigger.
super badass monitor though, so
Oh yeah.
suck it pores.
I don't have my thing full,
Sorry if you're on
full
your
screen.
phone.
So. Yeah, I'll try it. Let's see. Maybe I can do it. Now you made me feel bad. So
Oh, I thought we were piling on the poor people. Sorry,
I never do that. I'm a socialist. Don't forget that.
of course you are.
So that's basically how it's gonna go. Like you're just gonna go start like picking with your race, right? So basically,
Okay.
like, and you still, I still got a lot of thing to do. But
So plus 8 XP.
yeah, that's because
why is that?
every choice you make
Mhm,
basically gives you XP for a skill and attribute.
mhm.
And then once you're done, you convert basically, like, I'm gonna have a conversion chart for like, well, if you have like that many skill, you can transfer that many point, right? Just to keep things simple, right?
Okay,
The
so the
idea
plus
is
8 XP means what?
in that case, it would mean like you'd start with like a agility of a 3, which is average, right? Everything would be average for that.
I'm not rolling dice to get stats here. It's all point by
No,
or
no, no.
XP
It's
by.
all, yeah, basically. Yeah, I don't have any. I don't have any role at character creation at this moment, but that's something I want to consider.
I don't know if it's good. Why? I don't know if it's good.
The dice roll?
Yeah, point or don't rolling dice for attributes.
You don't know if it's good not to roll dice for attribute?
I'm saying I'm leaning towards not liking it. Not liking rolling dice for attributes.
Oh, I don't care for it either. I know, just like, yeah.
It does give you more variety on like what different people, I guess, but whatever.
Yeah, but also because my attributes are like if you go like between like 3 and 18, right? You have a wide range to and then like you just transfer that. You know, if you
Mhm.
look in D&D, it's kind of silly, right? Especially like the old
Yes.
school D&D, because you're gonna roll, and you're gonna like a attribute score that's gonna vary a lot between 3 and 18, right? And then people
Yeah.
cut like, well, if you roll under 5, re-roll, don't count it or whatever. Made it a 6, whatever, right?
Yeah, it's like the only good stats are high rolls.
Yeah,
Like average
but
should
also,
be good,
but also,
but it's not. Yeah.
you never use your attribute really. You use the modifier, right?
Yeah.
And then if you
Yep. I was thinking about that because I was looking at Traveler. Traveler does the same
Yeah.
thing,
Yeah.
but it does attribute damage to you. And so
Yeah.
then it matters because not all
Yes.
attribute is going to change. Not all attribute damage will change your modifier. It's more
Yeah.
it's
Does
kind of like a
that- do you-
buffer against attribute damage.
do you roll for
But D&D
attribute in
doesn't do that
Traveler?
at all.
Do you roll for attribute in Traveler? I didn't look
Yeah,
at the character
2d6.
creation. Oh yeah.
I think there is a
Mm.
point buy option, but it's a
Uh.
2d6 for attributes.
No. For now, for the moment, like basically if you play like you're gonna have like those attributes if you play human when you start, but it's what you do through your life that's gonna change them, right?
Yeah.
So when you start your character, not every human are gonna start with the same attribute, but what determines it is the life path that you went through, right?
Yeah.
So just for being human, you do have like a little bit of bonus there.
Easy.
Yeah, easy.
Okay, well, obviously I'm gonna be. Well, can you show the list of races that you got there? Scroll up a little bit.
I didn't do them all, but like
Whoa.
I
What am I
I got
hearing?
the sorry,
Sorry, I'm hearing crazy shit.
like human. Human, I got like 3, like because human is kind of the culture, and the I men that are there, those are like us, regular human, right? Because
Yeah.
we're taller than the other one. Why are you laughing?
No. You were saying about the hymen?
Yes, the I men.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then you have like the yeah, I get it. And then you got like
I
the
hope so.
half-men. You
Pretty
got the
heavy.
half-men,
Mm-hmm.
which you got the island half-men and the lowland half-men, which are basically like dwarf living in the mountain and hobbit basically in the hill. But all those are considered like human, right? They're all like variety of human, different type of human.
Sure.
And you got like some specialties. So just like being a human, it give you like your size, your like just stat about like your height, stuff like that, age, what do we expect. You got a trait fast learner for being a human, which is make it a little bit easier to get your first point in the specialty.
That's the most important one.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, it's pretty strong, yeah.
Because the first one is the one you're throwing away into the umbrella.
Don't forget it count also with the group, right? With the skill rank. Yeah. So it's only like if you have like no skill and like in 0 and everything, right?
Okay. I don't know if that's super great, but it's free, I guess.
Yeah, it's free.
I wouldn't pick a race based on it.
No, but you're not supposed to. It's it's supposed to be like something that's neat to have, but it's
flavor.
not like yeah, exactly. It's just like it's just to give it away that when you're good at you learn a little faster when you start something and then like it goes away. But
yeah. Sorry, I turned on my power game brain. Can't help it.
Oh yeah, it's okay. It's okay. It's good. And then yeah, you get some skill just for being human. So they are a bit
I fucking
logical.
love like desert people in fantasy. That's like my favorite.
Yeah. Well, you got that.
Aesthetic.
So yeah.
Like,
so
I really want to play. I really like deserty goblins. I want desert goblins.
That's cool.
Can I be a desert goblin in your game?
No, the goblins are divided in different way.
Okay.
But
I'll be a
Goblin
Badian,
is a playable race, and they're kind of like subservient to the orcs.
Well, I'm going to make a
mostly.
goblin in this if we're doing this. Can I
But
make a
you could
goblin?
actually play a goblin that
He's
would
from
live
the
in
desert.
that's from the desert.
Don't
and
pin me in. He's from the desert.
yeah,
Okay.
we'll come to that. You'll see.
Okay.
So now you can choose like one of the kind of like ethnicity you are. So that's
Mhm.
also gonna influence like what kind of character you have. You're gonna give some gain some experience based on that in attribute, in some virtue, in some skill. So it's kind of like bioessentialism originally.
So he's what am I looking at here? Zealot. If you scroll up a little bit.
Yes, the virtue. Devout.
What is a
Zealot.
virtue?
Like you got like a. I can put the character sheet right here, right?
Oh, there's the 90.
Yeah. Well, it's
skills
to
right
work.
there.
It's a working document.
Oh yeah.
It's not like all like dressed up and stuff like that.
Sorry, I'm not trying to like shit on it. It's interesting.
No, it's okay. But so if you look in the corner there, you got like the. Can you see my cursor? Yeah, you got those virtue here.
Yep.
They work as a pair.
Oh,
And
this is kind of like the Pendragon thing, right?
That's inspired by Pendragon in a big part. I use it differently. They're basically like kind of like they work like spirit point in the same way spirit point, but when you enact your virtue. So basically, like you can spend them to gain bonus dice. To so now you are like a zealot or devout. So if you do an action that is about like defending your faith and some shit like that,
Cool.
and you can say, well, you can gain some, you can spend some of your devout point to gain some bonus dice in the same way as they were like spirit point.
Okay, so it's kind of like free spirit.
It's kind of like free
if you
spirit
can
for a
apply
specific
it to
purpose.
your roll.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Once your pool goes to 0, and you have like a pool for each side, right?
Oh, virtues have pools too. Okay.
Yeah, virtue have pools as well. So you have a pool for each side, and once your pool go to 0, like the pools replenish when you depleted both sides of a same virtue.
Okay.
So if you have a character that's like middle of the way, sometimes it's gonna be daring, sometimes it's gonna be prudent, right? So now you have like point to, if you want to act daring, you have some point to spend there. If you want to act prudent, you have some point to spend there. But if you always act daring and you never act prudent, then your pool won't replenish. So it kind of like you have this personality of your character that is like set into that, and it incites you to act according to your personality, right?
I guess. Sorry. Like if
Did I lose you?
Well, if I'm like with faith, it kind of breaks down for me, because if someone is devout, then why would they be sacrilegious so that they could be devout again? You know what I mean? That's
No. Like you could have your pool. Let's say you have a maximum of 12 in both pool, right? With faith, okay? Devout and sacrilegious, and it's 6/6. What it means is like sometime
you're in the middle of the
like
road.
You're in the middle of the road, right?
I got you.
So sometime you're gonna act in the devout way. Sometime you're gonna act in a skeptical way, right? But your pool with a total of 12, you could be like 0/12.
Oh, okay.
But then you mean you're super devout, and then if you ever want to do something skeptical and stuff like that, then you won't ever be able to have like pool with that.
All right. And is there, when I'm creating these pools, is there like a limitations?
Yes, there's a limitation. It's based on your persona and your wisdom.
Okay, so you add those, obviously. So that's what
you add those.
We add our attributes.
Yeah,
and then that tells you the amount that is in each virtue, and you can.
It actually, when you start, it's the maximum amount, but your total for the both side could be less than that. Like
Total for
let's
so when
say
you add them both together, it can be less than your persona plus wisdom. Is that what it was?
yes,
Sorry, I
like
forgot.
because
Okay,
that's a little tweak there. When you replenish when both your pool are depleted and they go to 0,
Mhm.
you get to replenish them, and then you can add 1 point to one side or the other. So that's like evolving the personality of your character.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
And that's how you reach your maximum. And once you reach your maximum, then when you
Which is
replenish
2
your pool,
times them added together based
exactly.
on this little.
Yeah. When you replenish your pool, then you can transfer 1 point from the other, so your character like can evolve in that way. But
Okay.
you have benefit of acting according to your character personality because of that. Like, just like that was kind of the idea, right?
Mhm.
Promoting a bit of a role playing in a sense, right?
Sure.
Giving you those.
The Dune game that we all may be playing has kind of those. I forgot what they're fucking called. I want to say they're called drives, but I don't know what it's called. But it's similar to that, like what you value the most, like trust or faith or whatever.
Mhm.
Like those can change, and you gain like resolve when you kind of fuck up or something. I don't know. It's really weird, but I don't know. I don't know why I brought that up.
Yeah.
But in the same way, you can kind of evolve which one is more important as you make decisions. So when you deplenish them all to 0, it automatically goes up.
When you
to
deplenish a
previous
pair to
pool
0,
plus
like
1. Is that what you said?
yeah, like when when 2 pair of like the two extreme of one virtue is depleted, you regain the pool of that virtue.
Okay.
So
cool.
And of course, they're not all equal, right? If you play adventurer, some of them are going to be like more useful than other.
Can I only spend 1 in a roll?
Sorry?
Can I only spend 1 per roll?
It's the same thing as spirit, so you can spend as much as you want. They're really like a
yeah.
If you want to get like three dice from that action.
Okay. So it's just like spirit. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like I did that to keep it like because like I'm adding another system on top of it.
Yeah.
So I want to keep it as simple as possible.
You
right?
don't want
So,
new arbitrary numbers.
Yeah, and even that I might
seeming arbitrary.
That might be cut at some point because it's another thing I'm adding, and I already have a lot going on. So this one, like I know I like it. It might need to be cut at some point because it might be too much added complexity.
Well, I'm definitely more incentivized to spend my virtues on 3 dice than my fucking spirit on 3 dice. That's for sure.
Yes. But not easy also to have like
Can you do both?
Well, you have your limit of bonus dice, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
What's the limit?
The number of dice you have in your dice pool by default. So if your dice pool gives you like 3 dice, you can buy 3 bonus dice, but you cannot buy 6 bonus dice, right?
So let's say I have we'll say I'm looking at it. So ranged combat 2, firearms 2, and I'm shooting a gun.
Yeah.
For because someone slapped my girl's ass or something. Yeah. So I'm very prideful. I don't know. I want to kill this person.
Yeah.
And so what is the maximum amount of dice I can have in this situation?
Okay. Range combat 2 and firearm 2 would give you 4 dice. You always have 1 dice by default, so that'd be like 5 dice in your dice pool, right?
Okay.
So you can gain 5 bonus dice.
Okay. Why am I not already rolling 4? Or why am I not already rolling 5?
Oh, it's
what determines how much dice I get to roll before I spend my spirit and virtues?
Well, that's the thing. You get 2 for the firearm. You get 2 for range combat.
Okay.
And you got 1 base dice. So basically, even if you have a 0 skill in something, right, you still roll 1 dice.
Okay.
So this
So-
you always have one base dice plus your skill plus the specialty.
So can I add 6 dice to that?
No,
Why?
because your base dice pool is 5.
But I'm already rolling 5 without spending anything, right?
Yeah.
So I can never spend spirit. Like I don't understand when I would spend it. That's what I'm saying.
No. You can spend spirit. You can spend spirit to gain up to 5 dice.
Oh, you're saying I can at max double.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, okay.
Bonus
Sorry, I
dice
just
can
lost my
at
place.
max double, and you can also gain bonus
I got
dice
you, I
from
got you, I
other
got you.
thing, right? From circumstantial thing, right? If
Mhm.
you shoot him in the back when he doesn't see you, right? And so that's also like part of the game, right? Trying to get those bonus die, but bonus dice can at a maximum double your dice pool.
I understand that.
Yeah. So I'm sorry if I didn't like. Is that too complex? I'm sorry if I wasn't explaining it
No,
well.
it's just because I was like, how many dice can you get? And then you said your dice pool. And I was like, I know.
Yeah, your base dice.
I'm getting
pool,
my
like,
dice pool. Why
yeah,
would I?
your
If the max
your
I
base
can get
dice
is what
pool.
I get, then what am I doing?
Yeah.
But
No,
now I understand. You can double it.
Yeah, you can double your base dice pool. Yeah, with bonus dice. That's
Got it.
I need to make sure that this is explained well, better than what I was doing now.
That's all good, man. I'm trying to super understand it so that you can know how to explain it.
Yeah. So then once you like, so okay, you chose like you want to be like this desert kind of people. Then you chose where you're gonna come from.
Okay,
And
obviously the desert. Oh wait, this isn't my goblin. I don't care about this. Can we go down to the goblin?
I don't have the goblin done in the
What the
document.
fuck? All right, I'm a
Yeah.
desert orc now.
I now because now like well all those number like I'm just like figuring out I'm doing it. So all the
Yeah.
number like on temporary and stuff like that, So I didn't want to put take the time to make every race when I'm still like fiddling with it a lot. You know what I mean? So
outside
that's
of
why
flavor, why would I want Highland Citadel as my origin?
oh, because once you chose your origin, right? You gain different thing from the origin. Oh wait, did I do like no? Okay,
Just
now
scroll past it.
origin here. Origin,
Yep.
right?
Mhm.
So if you come from a city, you're gonna have like a bonus on the persona. You're gonna be like more devious. You're gonna have the trait urbanite, which give you malus to regain spirit when you're not in the city, and bonus when you are. Maybe my bias against city people will show a bit.
And then under wilderness, you're like just superiority.
Yeah,
Just like
exactly. You're a great guy if you come from the wild. If you go in the
Great
city, you're
guy.
a fucking piece of shit. So, and then you're gonna have some experience in detect motive, and insult, in linguistic. You being around a lot of people, right?
Sheeple +2. Interesting.
Yeah. And then you pick some feature.
Okay, so what was the advantage of the other one? Highland
the Island City
Fortress or something? I forgot what it said.
Oh, Islander Fortress.
Yeah.
That's a different. I don't think I have. I don't
might
have
have
this one
made
done.
up Fortress, but it was Highland something.
Citadel.
Yeah.
That's like a dwarf city.
Okay.
So you're gonna know a little bit more about like dwarf stuff, right? If you
But it's gonna
grow up
cost me
in that-
60 of my starting XP. Is that right?
Well, that's if you're yeah.
Oh, okay. It's harder for him because he's a desert man.
Yeah, exactly. Like the cost
Okay.
the costs are not based on the power of the thing, but how
Get your ass to the desert,
unexpected it
bitch.
is, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. You're a desert guy that grew up in the desert. That's normal, so it doesn't cost much. You grew up in a fucking dwarven citadel.
Yeah.
That's weird, so it costs you more, right?
Yeah.
So it's based on all unique.
Enjoy your shit character, you snowflake.
Exactly. No, but everybody can have like some unique feature feature, but you cannot pick
Mhm.
the unique thing every time, right? At some point, you're just gonna run out of. No, okay, now you have to pick the
Yeah.
normal option, right? So that like, okay, let's say you grow up in the city, now you got those things from being a urban kind of guy. Then you pick 2 feature for the city, so already you're telling something about where you grew up, right?
Hmm.
And those feature you can say like, okay, I grew up from desert city. It was a city in the desert, so now you gain like those kind of like set of skill
We're smart out
and
there.
attribute. Hmm?
We're very smart out there. The erudition.
Yeah, you focus on the learning thing, right?
We're good at
Uh,
writing.
yeah,
Scribing is dexterity.
yeah.
What are we talking about
Scribing.
there? What is that? Dexterity is
Scribing?
a umbrella, is a skill.
Yeah. Yeah. Dexterity is the
Scribing
skill
is a
because
specialization of dexterity.
dexterity is the thing with the fine
Oh, right.
with the fine.
So it's kind of like calligraphy or
Exactly. Yeah.
okay.
Maybe I should rename it to calligraphy. But dexterity got the fine detail thing. Disable trap, lucky picking, sleight of hand, rope walk, and scribing.
Cool.
But it's also based on erudition and agility because it's it's riding with the fucking plume, right?
Oh, erudition's an attribute. Yeah.
Yeah.
Duh.
Yeah.
Duh.
So now you can say like, okay, I came from a desert city that was also like a military center. So you pick those 2, and now like
Okay. I missed that part. So you pick 2.
yeah, you pick 2 feature for a city.
Okay.
Feature.
Okay. What do I pick when I said desert? Not even desert village. I'm just desert. Or
Well,
it is desert village, isn't it?
that'd be like a desert city. You're in the that'd be like a desert city. I lost my stream. The fuck. Okay, but you could pick like a wilderness desert or village desert, right? And you got like some
Nice.
slightly different thing, right? Slightly different. You also have like feature. If I go like to village
What is
village
march?
here, marches.
Marches?
What are you asking? What it is? What it is?
Right there. Yeah.
What is the marches?
Oh, yeah. What's that?
The marches are the territory on the border of a kingdom.
Oh.
Yeah. You know what a marquee
I have
is?
not heard that. I have not heard that term before.
You know what a marquee is? Yeah.
Like
Like
isn't that
a
like a
marquis de
ruler or
Sade.
something?
It's a marquis is a noble that rules over the
Yeah.
marches.
Oh.
Yeah. So it's a very low title in nobility because you're sent in a shit place.
but you're
That's
kinda
always going to be
running.
taken over.
Kind of important though.
Yeah.
It's a good
But,
place to rise through the ranks, maybe.
But that's also why you're gonna have like a little more like devious cunning because like like you're on the border,
Yeah.
you're gonna deal with a lot of the stranger.
A lot of
You're gonna have like history
spies.
because like those are the theory that change end often time, right?
It's cool.
Stealth,
Desert
so, yeah,
marches.
well, yeah, you could absolutely do that. So you can say like, oh, okay, I come from a city that's in the desert, in the marches,
It's
and
my
you see like,
this is
oh,
my diplomat, obviously.
yeah,
Doing my
and you already have an
diplomat.
idea what you are, where you grew
Oh,
up.
yeah.
Now if somebody
What's
asks you, like,
the-
where you
what's-
from? I say, I come from a city in the desert on
You're
the
like,
marches.
why don't you mind your fucking business, first of all?
Yeah,
That's what I tell
exactly.
I'm from the marches. I don't like people
Yeah.
asking questions.
Exactly.
What's the wisdom erudition spellcasting? Just so I know exactly
man.
what my character's about to do.
Wisdom, erudition,
I just
witchcraft.
quiz you constantly. Witchcraft sounds
Witchcraft.
good. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm making
Yeah.
potions, y'all.
You're making potions, exactly. You're making
I got a
potions.
cauldron. I got a fucking.
You can potion to drink and potion to throw. It's actually what it is. Yeah. So you walk around with all those fuel and you can throw at people.
And I got a little doll that I'm fucking.
Yeah.
Die, bitch.
It is what it is. But yeah. So village, like then you get like a different feature for the village. You only
Okay,
pick
what's this
one
doing for me?
feature.
What's desert giving me here? Is this another desert I get?
That's if you were like
If I
you
was
have like
village.
desert, like a city in the desert or
I
a
gotcha.
village in the desert give you some slightly different thing, right?
Okay, does desert village give me more as a one thing? Because I only get one, right?
You only get one, so you're gonna get a little more from them,
A little bit more.
a little bit more because you don't double, so you have a
Why does
little
it say
less
do not
option.
combine? You can't combine.
Oh, you cannot combine desert with northern. So
But
you
you
cannot
can't
like.
combine anything with the village. I thought. You only
Oh,
get one.
that's yeah. No, you're right.
Get
That's
that. Get
part
that
of
out of
that's
there.
part of the working process. But I
Get
might
it
also
out.
go back to pick 2. Might also go back to pick 2
Fair
here.
enough. Then village is good.
Good catch.
Village is
Because
good.
sometimes
Man.
I'll probably like copy the here.
Yeah.
Right.
Easy. Easy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fucking turn Discord down. Holy shit.
Oh, is that? Oh, that's wow. I got the same on my side.
I know you do.
Yeah. It's not a group. Come on, guys. We're on stream.
Jeez. Get in here.
So then you pick a social class.
Okay. Well, obviously, I'm a diplomat, so goblin. Wait, what?
No, you're
I'm gonna take.
goblin? No, you're like now at that moment you're Iman, and you pick the
Yeah.
city in the desert. So the cost would be 3, right? It's
Oof.
kind of like the table like that, right?
Okay. Wait, I'm not deprived. What am I looking at here?
No, those are the.
Yeah, I'm not this.
No, you're not deprived. No, you're not deprived.
I'm way
obviously.
up.
You're not a laborer, but I might
Not a laborer.
noble.
Noble. Now we're talking.
Noble. So now you're Iman from the city. The cost would be 10, right?
Put it in the bank.
All right.
Cashing it in.
You gain a bonus in persona, which would be very good for a diplomat. You get dignify vein +1.
Yep. Check. That was
You
already
gain-
going up. That was already
Yeah.
going up.
You can boost your intrigue, which works very well for you.
Mhm.
Your melee combat, which is always
Good. I wanted to have some daggers. I wanted to be involved with some poison
Yeah.
daggers.
daggers. Daggers is use the brawling specialty of melee combat,
So
and they're
Okay,
very
still
fucking
melee
good
combat.
dagger in that game.
I love a good dagger, man. I'm glad you made
Oh,
daggers.
I love a good dagger as well,
Yeah.
and that's why like I made sure that they have like we can talk about combat a bit
I
later
fucking
if you
hate
want.
D4 daggers. I hate
They don't do a lot of damage, but they can fucking bypass armor.
Oh.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah.
And I want to
And,
put poison on them.
And you get
Anyways.
that would work well with your witchcraft.
Oh shit. We are rocking it now.
And you get some bonus to your ego.
Nice.
Which
It's huge. My ego's fucking huge.
Yeah.
So resilience is another umbrella group. Can we quickly look at the resilience skill cluster?
Yes.
Is that handy?
The resilience is right here.
Breath holding, check.
Yeah.
Okay. It's all resistant.
Ego,
So ego's
resist
like
cold,
the
resist fatigue,
mind
resist
control,
heat, resist hunger.
resist sort of.
Yeah, exactly. The resilience or thing
Or
that you're trying to
persuasion
resist,
resistant.
that is kind of like based on your willpower, basically. So it's when trying like ego is gonna be used to resist when people try to
Convince
provoke
you
you
or
or
con you.
insult you or try to diminish you in some stuff like a verbal attack in a sense.
Good luck.
Exactly. You can resist them with ego.
Yeah.
But it's all about like when like resilience, it's all about like when some like you experience some struggle, that
Dude,
it's
and then
just
I
about
team
willpower to resist it.
I team that up with like fatigue and heat because I'm a desert man.
Yeah, exactly. Well, being a desert man, you did
I'm
get
bringing
like some bonus
resilience
to
up.
resist heat. So your resilience is gonna be up. Yeah.
It might be. I think you think fatigue, or I think fatigue and heat is the way to go with
Resist fatigue
with the desert man.
Yeah. Well, heat and fatigue. Yeah. Fatigue is resist fatigue is also like what allows you to regain spirit. It's pretty important.
I'm min-maxing accidentally.
And then also you get like, because you're now being a noble.
Yeah.
So being an Iron Man noble, you get like a little more. So you
Am
get
I
a boost to your
huge?
strength
Like,
a
am
bit.
I a huge man, or is high man like human?
Iron Man or regular man? They're just
Okay.
they're just called Iron Man because like compared to the dwarf and the hobbit, right?
Societally,
yeah,
like culturally higher.
But it's us. No, they're taller. They're taller than the half men, but they're tall as us. They're basically just us. It's just like they're called like that. In
fucking
contrast.
Beautiful specimens.
Yeah,
is how you
exactly.
Just
we're not fucking like a runt. And you know the half men, they're it's like they went back in they went to live in the mountain mines, stuff like that, and then they become shorter over time. It's like, you know, and
I had no time for the mines.
Yeah, No,
I
exactly.
own mines. I own mines. I don't.
In the desert.
I don't mine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then, like so you boost your dignified vein again. You gain some
Yeah.
tactics.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
You gain
Got an
some
insult.
riding, and you boost your influence again. So or again, no, it was
We haven't
intrigue
looked at
before.
influence. Can I see influence?
Influence. Yeah,
Oh,
influence.
that's
It's
a new
a
one.
barter, detect
Oh, that's
motive,
huge. Okay.
insult, intimidation, persuasion.
So insult
Yeah.
versus ego. There's a role
Yeah.
there, I feel.
Yeah. Intimidation
Okay,
versus
now
ego.
if I want to make
Or
like
insult, I think, is versus a detect motive. Actually, insult is resisted with the detect motive
okay.
because you're saying, he's trying to fucking get me pissed off, right? But
Yeah.
intimidation is resist with ego.
Okay. So like if I wanted to throw, like, I'm at a party, right?
Yeah.
And someone is my rival, and I want to go up to him because I know something. I know he's like gay or something. And I go over there and I kind of throw a little subtle jab that lets him know that I know,
Yeah.
but doesn't let anyone else know. What would that be? Would that be like an insult? Because I want to make fun of him, obviously. How can I throw a hidden insult at someone?
Yeah, I think that would, like, depending how you role play it, how you describe it, like what you say and you act it. I think that
Yeah.
would either be like insult would fit very well into that,
Yeah.
or depending how you go about it,
Etiquette?
it could even be
Sure.
etiquette, right? Although etiquette is usually like more like about knowing how to behave, but now it's almost
Yeah.
like knowing how to behave and kind of like going against that.
Yeah.
But
knowing how, so insulting within societal parameters, kind of.
yeah. So depending how
sense.
you role play it, you just go like, yeah, and sometimes it just be also like, well, how you fit it, right?
Yeah.
But
Anyways.
yeah. And insult, even in combat, there's stuff like if you want to insult and stuff like that, you can try to provoke people, and
So a
then you get
taunt.
malice. We don't attack you. Yeah, exactly, a taunt. Yeah. Goblin.
Exists.
Yeah.
That's a different character. I'm on to something else now.
Yeah. No, there's all. So then you pick some occupation.
Occupation. Here we go. All right. Where's the diplomat at? Do we have a diplomat occupation?
Engineer, historian.
Oh, there's not a lot of them. You have not fluffed this out yet.
No, I'm not. I had to go work on something else at
That's
some
fair.
point. So that's
At
pretty
some
much.
point, you had to do something.
Well, that's because I was working onto that,
Mm-hmm.
and now I was in the occupation, and I wanted the occupation also to start giving you gear, right?
Okay.
So I went to work on equipment. So that's why, like, now, like, the ear, like, I kind of get stuff early.
Does it need to give you gear though? I don't know if I like it.
Oh, it's
just do gold buy. Just gold buy.
No, what I'm doing actually is
you do packages.
It gives you access to gear.
Okay. Oh, okay.
So it's gonna be like very loose, like, but because the burden is something you have to take care of, you don't have like a carry. You cannot carry all you want, right? So there's some stuff you can you want to see you have it, you just have it, right? Just it makes sense. You
4D it in. Let's 4D it in, y'all.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But like, if it's something that like money and stuff like that, I'm gonna give you some gold, like an idea about how much gold you have. But
so how do I? Sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
No, you can ask a question. I'm looking for something now.
Well, I was just gonna totally change the topic entirely.
Okay.
So
then,
I don't want to do that.
But let's say like you play like a guy that you were a fisherman, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then yeah, you can have like a cooking pot and a fishing kit and a blanket and stuff like that, because you went adventuring. That's stuff you would accumulate throughout your life, right? So I don't want to make you like a gold buy all those little items, right?
Yeah.
So that's why I got just some stuff like some stuff you'll need to buy, but some stuff you just want to have, you can just like, yeah, you just have it, right? I want to be like
I wonder what would be a good way to do it. I guess the way you're doing it is a good way to do it.
Yeah,
Just
but like
tactics or occupation.
like an ink and quill, right? If you're a
Yeah.
scholar and you want to pack an ink and quill when you go adventuring, you can. You have access to that. You have easy access to that.
Yeah.
If you are a fisherman, maybe not, right? So that's why like the occupation is going to give you access to equipment. You can pick anything in that stuff, right? As much as you want in that list.
I have 1,000 ink and quills.
But
you should have vetted me.
No,
it's 1,000 ink and
yeah.
quills into the game.
It's there's a limit with your burden.
Yeah, of course.
Your burden value. So
I'm gonna be a burden. I'm gonna be a burden.
And burden is like based on both weight and encumbrance. And I haven't have like rules for dropping pack. Because that's also something I find cool. Like I want people like to.
I love the word haversack.
Yeah,
I fucking love that.
But I want people to think about how you're carrying all that shit, right?
Yeah.
And like
good.
And it's
not
unusual.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not unusual to be like slightly overburdened, right? When you're traveling around, you're carrying more than you should, right? But when you go into you get malus for that. So when you get into a fight, maybe you want to drop some packs, right?
Yep.
So now there's a choice to make. Like maybe you want to have a backpack allows you to carry a little more and be less burdened by what you're carrying, but it's a little harder to get off quickly when you want to go into a fight, right? If you just have like one thing slung over the shoulder, you can drop it quickly, but you can carry less without getting tired, right? So it's again like putting those choice there, like that those choice for me are designed to pull you in the fiction, right? I want you to think to see yourself as your character, and all that stuff that you're carrying not be abstracted. I want you to force you to think about it because your character would think about it, right? You go adventuring. You've been in the Navy. I guess that doesn't really count.
They issued me a sea pack.
Yeah. Did you have to carry it?
Yeah.
No, but you look at the
all the way onto the boat.
Yeah, exactly.
And I had to unpack it, for God's sakes.
Well, and you only like open from the top.
Yeah, it's like
big sausage.
It's a big sausage. Yeah, that's a good way to describe it. But dude, from my car to the boat, that was heavy.
Yeah, but that's the kind of thing. I don't know. I think it's like
I think it's awesome. I think that I'm really interested to hear what other sort of focuses in your system are on the where are you, what are you doing kind of high level role play that we're trying to do too. Because I know that's what you're designing this game to try to support.
Well, like I said, like I often say, like the question I'm trying to solve is like, can you have a game that is more crunchy, but that the crunch serve the role play instead of getting in the way of it, right?
One thing, so all those specializations you have, I think I noticed that it's all kind of every one of them. Does every one of them have a different set of attributes attached to it?
Yes.
That's hardcore, man. Like that's obviously something you have to.
Yeah.
You need to refer to every time you're rolling. Probably not every time you're not going to have to roll sleight of hand every time. Or you're not going to have to look up what sleight of hand is every fucking time if you're using it often. But
the attribute that you need?
Yeah, the combination, what you need to roll. That seems like the part that might slow down the action.
Yeah, that's something I'm
determining how much spirit you're going to pay, and then justifying doing the whole negotiating with your virtues phase. I don't know if you're trying to make that into a GM negotiation or just kind of let your players not suck.
I would encourage just like
Yeah.
like when I play with my group, I just say like, well, you just do it. You don't need to tell me.
Yeah,
Right?
the 2D, we'll say.
Yeah, like
The
the
2D urge is to make it a negotiation, though.
yeah, but there are for me like and I'm probably gonna put a note about that. The assumption is that you should be able to trust your player.
Yeah.
Like you want to spend spirit, you want to spend virtue point.
Mhm.
If you want to spend virtue point, it should be obvious in your role play as well that something is like touching you. You're like in the way you depict like your action and your interaction with the character and the NPCs or whatever, right?
You meant we talked about magic last time, you kind of mentioned that it's kind of like you cast with keywords or something. Like
Yeah,
you say
you make a spell with
what the spell
keywords.
does. And I think that you can kind of work the virtues a lot in the same way too. Like when you're describing like what your character's thinking or feeling. You're
Yeah.
like, oh, that really triggers my pride.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah.
Or I'm gonna be really daring when I jump towards.
Oh, that's interesting. Maybe make me think something. Maybe I need to rename.
It just seems like a mechanic you could do in both scenarios.
Yeah, maybe I need to rename those virtue to make it like a little more integrable in the natural language.
Yeah, similar to your magic system.
Yeah, that's something I need to think about.
What the fuck is
so
WinterDawn? Fix your shit, Max.
So you always got the smart to do about the 2 attribute, which can slow. Well, they're fairly low number, right? You're gonna have like a.
If it's common, it's not going to slow anything down. But yeah, if you're like, I think that's going to be a folklore check, and you're like, I don't know, fucking, what is that? And they got to look through the 90 things.
But if, that's what also like say like, oh, it's gonna be that knowledge, and they all like alphabetized, obviously. So it's gonna be
we kind of talked about that before, how to do lore roles.
Yeah.
In a player agency style.
Yeah.
Game.
We talk about that?
We talked about how it doesn't make sense because I don't know how to do it. How do you ask? How do you ask without asking?
So when for those kind of things, sometimes I tell my player, and this is very controversial, but just
hold on. Okay, I'm ready.
Just
I was girding my loins. I was getting ready.
Just roll it.
Yeah.
Like you want to do like a folklore lore or some stuff like that.
Proactive roll. Ooh.
Yeah, exactly. It's controversial. Just roll it and enter like based on your result, and like then you make up stuff, right? Or you say, well, I don't know that, or yeah, exactly. Invent the lore. Or
the fucked up part is you roll it and you're wrong. Like you fail it, and that doesn't mean you don't know necessarily. It might mean that you're misremembering.
It could be, yeah.
And then you tell that to the GM, and he's like, "Okay,
yeah,
that is how it is."
Well,
the GM has to know what you're rolling, I guess.
Yeah, if you know what you're rolling, but like oftentimes it's gonna be like, depending on the context as well. Like sometimes they say, "Oh, do you know where like this place is?" Like an NPC asks that, right? Or do you know where? Do you know where Whitechapel is? And then that would be like a geography roll, right? And then the player can just say like, can just roll it and say, I have a vague idea. I know it's like in the east, whatever, right? Because just roll a 1 or stuff like that, right?
That's another way. It's kind of extending the idea of keywords. You could say, based on my knowledge of geography, roll, and then you hear like in your earphones, you hear the clackety clack of dice. You're like, oh, this fucker, he's rolling.
Yeah, but like because that's like I know like the common knowledge is to say like players only roll when the GM asks them to. But sometimes when I'm okay with going against that with the right type of player with the right
Yeah.
group, right? I just say like you know when it be appropriate, you know when it makes sense, like just like I don't need to tell you all the time, right? Enough time you've
Okay,
been a GM yourself,
So when someone is obviously crushing their geography pool,
Yeah.
and you're like, I don't need to roll. Like if you're the GM, you're like, you don't need to roll because you know everything.
Yeah.
Then what does the GM do there? Or does the player just invents it from them?
Oh, if you
kind of turning us into a 4D discussion, I guess. But
yeah, if the player is uncertain, like let's say you have like a very high skill in geography, and somebody's asking, do you know where that would be, right?
Yeah.
You can just you could just go with it and saying like, yeah, I know where it is. But you can roll also, because if rolling, just making a roll. If there's not like this interaction, like, okay, make a roll, okay, tell me what you got, and if the player just decides to make the roll, interpret it, it doesn't really interfere with the game, right? It doesn't take away much. And if you got a high skill anyway, it's gonna get a good score, right? A good result in a sensical system. So there's no harm in rolling in that sense.
All right. Yeah. Anyways, it's kind of a stupid thing we're talking about. What a stupid conversation I had with you.
No.
What is that XP on the top? If you scroll up, actually, what's the XP?
Oh, yeah.
That's like creation stuff, right?
No,
does that mean you used it?
It's there's two points here. Like one is an old thing that is not in the game anymore that I cut.
Okay.
But one of the points is still gonna be there. It's gonna move somewhere, like the format. Like I said, there's always a lot of things changing, right? So, but when you spend when you spend spirit for a roll, I say like every time you change tempo, you can gain an experience in a skill, right? In a specialty.
Yes,
right?
That's yes.
Yep. If you spend spirit for a roll, you can put a check mark next to the attribute. So that's how you attribute like an increase. You have to spend spirit for it.
You have to spend spirit on one of those rolls, and that makes it eligible for the increase.
Yeah, and then once you get a full night of sleep, you can gain 1 experience point in one of the attribute that was checked. So that's something that might still work. I'm not completely happy with it, but what I wanted basically is like your skills get better just by using them. But you attribute, you need to spend spirit. You need to exert yourself, to push yourself, right? Yeah. So that's what I'm going for, but I'm not 100% satisfied with that yet.
I like the idea of it a lot.
Yeah, I like it as well. I find it a little like maybe I just need to fiddle with it a bit, make it a little simpler.
I don't really know exactly how your experience works, so I can't really give you advice on it.
Oh, it's the
I know we were looking at creation and all this stuff had experience costs and stuff, but
it's the same thing. It's the same thing. Once you got like a 4-time your current 1 + 1, your current rank +1. So basically, when you're like 4 times the rank you're going for, you can spend the experience to gain it, right? So if you have like a 2 in agility, you want to go on 3, you need to spend 12 experience point.
Yep. +1.
So
you said
it's the same thing for attribute and for skill on that level.
So what's the +1 for?
You
said you need to spend
because basically
4 times your desired level +1 is what you said.
Exactly. It's 4 times the desired level.
Okay.
Or the current level +1 4 times. I forget like how I
current level +1, you're saying the level +1 times 4. I got you.
Yeah, exactly.
I got you.
So it's desired level times 4. I think
Okay,
that'd be
so
the
you check the EXP, and that means that you can now spend that
now you can so because I wanted the attribute to be a bit slower. You check the once you spend spirit on a roll,
Mhm.
you check the attribute that you use, one attribute that you use,
Well, it'll probably
and
be
then
2,
when you,
right?
I think at the moment I just select you check one, you choose which one,
You pick one. Okay.
you pick one.
Your
Yeah,
spirit that you're using is attached to an attribute.
yeah.
Okay.
Well, it's the skill, the attribute. You know,
Yeah, I
you
understand.
use the spirit. You use the spirit for a skill,
But
and the skill that
thematically,
attribute.
this you're putting your spirit into your strength or into your agility. You're not doing it into strength and agility.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You're exerting yourself, like and now you're very focusing on your strength or your agility or
Yeah, I
your
gotcha.
erudition or whatever. So and then like when you have a full night of sleep,
Mhm.
you can you take out all your check, and one of the attribute that was check gain 1 experience.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So that does take a while.
Yeah, it does take a while. And that's also something like I need to play a
How
little
much are
more
your
with.
attributes at? What are normal attribute levels? You're saying like 3 and
3
4.
3 is average.
Okay. Yeah, that's a long time. But I guess you roll your attributes.
Yes.
So they're always getting one of them is
You're
always
always
going to
getting
get an
marked.
experience.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you're using spirit.
Yeah. Yeah. So I might that's something I might change a bit.
It might be a little slow. Might be a
Because
little
I
bit
think
slow.
it might be a little slow.
Yeah.
So I might just, and also like I say, I think it's a bit clunky. I was thinking about doing just when you go to sleep, every attribute that is checked gain 1 point of experience, so that be make it much faster.
Yeah. But then you get like weird. So this is the power gamer, okay? Which obviously vet me out of your game. I shouldn't be in your game.
Oh, well, for the test game, yeah.
But you're gonna end up with the guy that's like, okay, I checked all my boxes. I gotta get a persona roll in now somehow, you know.
Oh yeah, yeah. But you have a limit on spirit as well. You know, at some point you're going to run out of spirit.
I think you find a happy medium. You get 2 XP. I wouldn't do everyone. It's just you get to pick. Or some other bullshit arbitrary number that people have to remember. I guess. Maybe
I'm trying to. That's the thing. I'm trying to not have too many arbitrary number.
Yeah.
And we use the same one because.
But if you think about it, 2 attributes. That's the mechanic of the game.
Yeah.
So
I guess.
you're picking your 2 attributes that can increase.
Okay, I could see that. You pick a pair of attribute.
Yeah.
To gain a pair of checked attribute to gain 1 experience point.
Or 1 single attribute gets 2 if you really wanted to keep with that.
No.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that either.
But that and you know, like I said, that I might feel a bit with it, but I just like playing with the number at some point. You know, it's like I think the core idea is kind of work, but it's just like about the rhythm and the speed.
Well, I wouldn't let people get 6 fucking XP a night. That's hardcore.
But you still need to get it's only like if you checked all your attribute, but it's
I've tried
also
to, every time.
yeah, you try to.
But
it's also like 1 experience is not 1 rank, right?
Yes.
If you wanna go to 3, right? You still need 12, right? And in the single one.
Yeah.
So you could do it in 12.
It's a lot. It's a lot of XP still.
Yeah, it's a lot of XP because you could do like if you were to like strength maxing, you can gain you like every day you spend on spirit
6 days. Yeah.
No, it's no, because if you want to go from 2 to 3, it requires like 12 points.
I was saying if you were adopting you can pick strength
with
twice.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No.
Stupid, terrible idea I had.
Yeah, but 12 day with 12 day,
yeah,
be enough.
It's not gonna be 12 days either. Like you're not fucking doing shit every day.
Yeah,
maybe you are. I mean, all you have to do is lift weights, right?
Oh, also, you don't regain all your spirit every day. So if you spend, you regain half of your missing spirit every day.
I mean, all it takes is one.
All it
You
takes
get
is
the
one.
XP.
Yeah. Huh. That maybe that's one. Maybe that's one way I can look at
Spending more spirit.
spending
Maybe
more
you have to
spirit,
spend
as much
current
as your current rank.
level spirit. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like if your strength is 3, you have to spend
You have
strength 3 times
maybe
in a day. That seems like a lot of spirit.
or 3 spirit point. 3
Or get
spirit
3
point.
dice, maybe 3 dice.
Well, 3 spirit point would give you 2 dice.
Yeah.
So on a single roll.
So you could spend 1 3 times, or you could spend 10. You could
Now on a
spend,
single roll.
I'm saying on a single roll.
Oh, that'd be interesting too, because it would be like a hard cap on how high your attribute can go just by default. Because let's say like if you only have like a well, that's stupid because like 10, that'd be very high anyway.
You're the one that made it possible. I mean, if you
Getting that-
fucking spent 10 spirit to get your strength up 3 dice, you should probably get a fucking XP for it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it shouldn't be like, no, you have to spend spirit 2 more times, like a little bitch, for 2 more points.
Well, I don't know if you get like an XP straight away or you get a check.
Well, you get XP when you sleep, right?
Yeah, you get a check, right?
I'm saying it should satisfy the requirement for the day. I'm not
Yeah.
saying.
But
get the
let's
XP
say
with it.
let's say your strength is 1, right? You spend
Yeah.
1 spirit point to get a dice.
Fine.
You get a check.
Yeah.
Your strength is 2. You have to spend 3 spirit point on a roll to get your check.
I guess. But then you're capping at 3. Oh, you're capping at 4. That's what you're saying, right?
No, because you can still spend like 10, but if once you're at 3,
Uh-huh.
once your stat is at 3, it's only roll where you spend 10 spirit point to gain the bonus dice
Mm-hmm.
that is going to give you the check.
That's going to slow down attribute progression a lot.
But is it a bad thing? Because now like you're at 3, you're already like above average, like you're strong in that stat, right?
Yeah.
Going to 4 is like you're pretty strong, right?
Yeah. And then going
So
to
you need-
5.
Yeah.
Is going to 5 possible? How much does it cost to get your 4th die?
30 spirit point. But no, you just need to spend more spirit
Yeah.
on a single roll than your rank. So once you spend 10, you're good forever, basically. You're good for you.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
So it's just like going to those low level would go faster, which is fair. You know, when you
Sure.
bad at something, and at some point you kind of plateau, and then like the progression slow down a bit when you're like at 3 and 4.
Mhm.
And it would kind of push the player to say like, well, you know, I want to fucking get my XP in those skill, my XP in those skill. So it would push the player to spend those big chunk of a spirit.
Now, do you count virtues for the requirement?
I don't think
you
I
could.
would. No,
I think you could, though.
you think you could?
Yeah.
I don't know. I would need to.
Can you
I'm
do
like-
like half virtue, half spirit, like to get the?
No.
They're totally separate.
Yeah.
So you could get 1 die for 1 virtue and 1 die
Yeah.
for 1 spirit. Okay.
Yeah, you could if it satisfied the question that it works.
Yeah,
for
if you
virtue.
satisfy the virtue. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
No, I think that could work. I like the curve that would give.
Yeah.
It's a bit complex to explain, but sometimes it's a language kind of a issue. You just find the right words, and then it makes sense, right?
Just put some charts up there.
I hate charts.
Why use words when charts will do? That's what
Yeah.
I say.
Charts can be supplemental for people that are visual learner, right?
Yeah.
But
Look at this chart. I love this
oh,
chart.
look at this one. This one is not even updated. There you go. That's updated. Not a name change.
Excited, man.
All my I got a few computer here,
Yeah.
but they all share share data, right?
Yeah.
So give me backup, and also like if I change some one place, change another, but I just need to update it. Yeah.
Magic system's
Yeah.
cool.
What?
Excited. Said I'm excited for this magic system too.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah. I'm always like talking to you about something else.
I know. Sorry.
No, it's all right.
I derail things. I'm a derailer.
The big thing I want to talk about is combat, because one thing I'm changing in combat.
Yeah.
There's one thing I'm changing in combat to make it more friendly, more 4D friendly, right? Is I have like those range of attack, right? For melee, there's like close, medium, and long, right?
Okay.
And they, I used to just say like when you know like close range is like a arm length, right?
Yep.
You can punch somebody at close range. Medium range is like you're like 1 meter away. It's when you're gonna use a sword and stuff like that. Long range when you use a spear and stuff like that. So you're like 2 meter away, right?
Oh. Well, what's arrow range?
Far range.
Okay.
They work a bit different. I can explain after.
Okay.
But now I'm changing. It's not gonna be about meter.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna be about step. So you're 1 step away. Like medium range is 1 step away from close range. Sorry?
I know I bring this system up a couple times,
Magic?
but Crimson
Dragon
Slayer.
Yeah.
They have a similar thing, except they put arrow range in there. So it's close, medium, far. It's
Yeah.
close is like all melee weapons. Medium is like pole arms.
Yeah.
And then far is ranged weapons.
Yeah, my far range is a bit like I'm more crunchy definitely than a Crimson Dragon Slayer. I would say.
Yeah, I'm just saying there was like I know you hadn't seen that system
Yeah.
before. And they kind of do the similar thing.
Yeah,
it helps.
Because like far range is not just like far range. It means like it's a thrown weapon or a missile weapon or stuff like that. But there's like a little more, like your weapon also have like a distance that is effective at, right? So like it can be like 300 meter, right? Whatever.
Mhm.
And doesn't mean that you cannot use it behind that, but then you start getting malus. And I have a note on that as well. But like so I'm changing for step just because I wanted to make it a little more 4D friendly.
Mhm.
Because a big idea in the combat is like if you're against somebody that has a lot of armor, the wrong thing to do is just trying to hit him constantly, because it's not gonna do anything, right? You fucking like you against somebody in full plate, just like swinging at him against his armor all day, like it's not gonna do much. At some point you're gonna get him tired, which that's gonna do something, because now he's not gonna have he's not gonna be able to roll his full dice pool anymore, right? His spirit is gonna be depleted. But and a big part of it is like I said, like a dagger would be a close range weapon. A sword would be a medium range weapon. And a step. I'm saying step instead of meter, and I define a step as half your height, basically. So for a human, it's about a meter, right? It's still the same thing.
Yeah.
But now the difference, like you can say, like, okay, I'm moving a step back, right? And that's talking in mechanics, but it's also natural language.
Yeah.
That you're describing what you're doing.
That's cool.
So, and I want combat to be a lot about that. Like I want combat a lot to be like you work to get yourself in a position, and then you kill the guy. I don't want it to be. I don't want the fight to be a lot of like chipping away at hit point, right? And if you look
Yeah,
at
I
the
don't
character
want that
sheet,
either.
yeah,
I'm
the
trying
elf
to like
injury,
I'm trying to like duck in under the guard, this plate armor dude.
Yeah.
Kind of shank him with my
Yeah.
poison dagger.
exactly. Yeah, I need to work
He's
on
having a
how
bad
poison is
day.
gonna work.
He's having a bad day.
Yeah. But if you see like a elf injury, right, just right in the bottom there.
What was that? Sorry, I know it's a bit of a deal. What's the Jen Habar? Is that the name of the Dune poison?
Gum Jabbar.
I got the Gum Jabar because I'm a
That's
desert
the
man.
finger needle.
Get that fucking.
Yeah.
I'm a desert witch, dude. Fuck you. I'm basically Dune. That's what I'm trying to say.
You're probably in
All
a
right.
nuke as well.
Huh?
A nuke.
Yeah. I knew Sorry.
So like for a normal character, like you can have like an injury can be like minor, major,
Mm,
and then you're fucking done, right? You're incapacitated. You can do anything.
good.
So if somebody like roll 5 success on his damage roll, that's
You're
taking
probably
you
dead.
out.
Yeah.
Well, you're down. You're not able to fight anymore.
You're unconscious.
And then he can just like fucking kill you, right? On the next step. So it doesn't end
Might
5
as well.
success on a damage roll.
Yeah.
It doesn't take much if you set up yourself properly, right? And that's why I have like those what I call like those yeah, I got a bunch of like about flanking and rearing. If you attack somebody from the flank, you get a bonus dice. If you attack somebody from the back, you get 3 bonus dice, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when I was talking about like that, like trying to get those bonus dice, not just by spending spirit, but from other way as well. Basically, if your dice pool is 4 dice, right,
Mm-hmm.
you would want to roll 8 as much as you can. So you can spend some spirit, you can try to work some advantage, do some different thing like that.
I kind of lost what you're saying. Sorry. So you have 4 dice. You want to roll 8. You want to have 8s? Is that what you're saying?
No, you want to roll 8 dice as much as you
Oh.
can, because if you're
because you're
base
maximizing
dice
your
pool,
you're
yeah,
maximizing
exactly.
your double pool. I gotcha.
Exactly. You're trying to double your base dice pool as much as you can, right?
Right.
4 dice is already a pretty good dice pool.
Hmm.
But so now you can spend some spirit, but you can also try to do other stuff, right?
I gotcha.
And the fight, and one thing I'm trying to do also to speed up combat, and also because I think it's more interesting.
Mhm.
It's fights are mostly resolved in opposed roll.
Okay.
So
Yeah, good.
if you say like if you say okay, I attack this guy, and I wanted the fight resolution. You know, there's a few steps, but I want it to be like more of a conversation, right? In a sense that flow naturally instead of just I attack. Like you can say like, okay, I engage with that guy, and then he's defending against you, and then you both roll, right, and you compare success, which this is the bit mechanical part. But then the guy with the most success can either like
describe.
Well, he can either like spend those success to buy control effect or
fuck yeah,
damage dice.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Well, I think that part worked well because that's where like the control effect make it part of the conversation, right? Making part of the description. Because now you say, oh, I shift 1 step toward him. Like let's say you were at medium range, you're fighting with a dagger, you managed to succeed on to gain the attack roll. You got like a 5 success, right?
I'm just like realizing what you're telling me, and I'm very excited. That's all.
Yeah. So now you can say, okay, I shift 1 meter toward him. I shift 1 step toward him, and then I grab him because that's also something you can do, and then I skewer him with my dagger. And those are all things you can do, but it create a description. But now I mean, okay, you move toward him in close range. So now in the range of attack of your dagger, you grapple him. So now you can do a skewer.
Yep.
So now you can buy damage dice with the rest.
So there's a grapple control effect in
Yeah.
your game? Okay.
Why isn't it there?
I don't know.
Oh, because it's in the special maneuver, because you need to be in close range. It's
Okay,
those are
so
the things you can do like
You have to get to
anytime.
close range, and then as a control effect, you can grapple.
Yeah, it's an additional grapple in special for close range, and then you have like a.
And that gives you bennies.
Yeah, maybe I should put in there as well. I probably can try to grappling.
God, there's so many.
Yeah, there is. Oh, that's grappling. Previous get. Oh,
What's tactical planning?
you you make a tactics roll,
Okay.
and you can the success you gain, you can like change it. Okay, this game run on initiative.
Uh-huh.
Initiative is kind of like it wouldn't work without running an initiative, because initiative is kind of important, and because
That's
something
weird
you
because
can
it's
attack.
contested. Everything's contested rolls. So
Yeah, but that's the thing. If you're the one that is, if it's on your turn to act, right?
mhm.
You're in action, isn't in reaction. So now you do the oppose roll, and there's an like if the guy in action win, he can buy damage dice for 1 success each.
Okay.
If the guy in reaction win, it costs him 3 success for each damage dice.
But he can do more control.
But he can do control effect at the same cost.
So it's
And
the
one of
same
the-
cost, both of them for control, but you get
Yeah.
it's an easier time damaging if you're the actor, not the reactor.
Exactly.
Okay.
And one of the control effect you can do is to reduce the opponent initiative by 1 for each.
Yeah, I saw
success
that
you
one.
spend. It's stagger, right? So you can
Yeah.
now again, like, you just I stagger him, and then like I push him, and then you manage to get over the initiative. Tactical planning, it's somebody that can make a tactic roll and distribute his success for to boost the initiative of his ally. Basically, it's basically
Gotcha.
like you go around and say like, all right, do that, right? Just it's like stuff like that.
But you have
And
to have
you can-
initiative to do it. Yeah.
What?
You have to have initiative to actually do the tactical planning, right? Or how does that? It's not.
Well, you do that. You do that
You
on
do
your
it
turn, right?
pre-combat.
No, it's during combat that you do it.
You just start kind of barking orders in the middle of combat,
Yeah.
and then every round is initiative.
No, initiative is roll once.
Oh, but you
At
can
the
put
start of combat?
modifiers on it throughout.
Exactly.
It can
Initiative
shift you
is
up and
rolled
down.
once, but it's something that's dynamic. It's
Ah.
changed. It doesn't change by re-rolling it. You can re-roll it. It's called
Mhm.
reassess the situation. So
Okay.
you just say like maybe you just killed the guy next to you. Your initiative is pretty shit now. And then your turn just like, I just look around and reassess the situation.
To get a new roll on your initiative.
You can roll a new initiative.
That's fucking cool.
Yeah. So I wanted to keep the combat kind of dynamic, but also have it like just not random. I wanted to make sense, and it's always like this building up of stuff, right? I
Yeah.
fucking stagger the guy. Like I'm trying to distract him. I'm pushing him toward the wall.
This stuff you need, yeah. So this is like you have to have a really solid grasp of the rules, for sure, to make it cinematic and good.
Yeah, I'm gonna make sure to have like kind of like a player help.
Sure.
That are gonna be like be able to say, oh, you can. This is the option you have, and also, not everybody, like if your character isn't a tactician, right? If you have like shit in tactic, you don't really need to know the tactical planning rule, right? And so
Sure.
like that.
Those are like lucky break. I mean, there's a lot of like.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, there's a lot of rules.
But this is why those are like in advanced combat, special maneuver, right?
Yep.
There's like this is like those you kind of need to know. Those know what's relevant to you, right?
It's pretty handy if you know them, and it sucks if the other guy does and you don't. That's for sure.
But it's also cool because now, like, when the other guy do it,
it is
you
cool.
learn it, right? You see,
that's true.
Yeah, I haven't like rule for shield wall and stuff like that. But like I said, like I accept that
you love that shield wall rule, don't you? I want to know more about shield wall.
Shield wall.
That's awesome.
You have a shield and you have somebody next to you. And
Also shield. Also has a shield. I'm
that
assuming.
also has a shield, and then
Yeah.
your shield kind of combine and become like a bigger shield.
Mega
So
shield.
like you can hide behind it. If people like shooting at you, it give you cover and stuff like that. And
Excuse me.
that goes in the range. Don't eat that. You drop something and now the dog is eating it.
It doesn't matter what it is.
No, it doesn't care. Yeah. And
If it's no good, he'll just throw it up later. It's no big deal.
yeah. But that's like honestly the melee combat. I find like this is kind of like it's a very melee combat focused game that I'm writing, right?
Yeah.
Because I wanted to have like this thing of a.
I really think that's awesome. Because you can really kind of, with knowledge of the system, you can really kind of pick your style of fighting.
Yeah.
And like have a kind of almost like a long-term tactical goal. And like it's just fucking cool, man. I think you did a great job.
What I wanted to avoid was to have two guys just standing in front of each other and just like every round say like, well, I do this, I attack, or like I often use the example of Barbarian. You look at the actual play of like a D&D, and
so boring.
The guy's gonna play this Barbarian and is gonna say, well, I do a reckless attack, and he rolled.
Yeah.
And then okay, you hit, roll damage. I get any roll, right? I wanted to be more dynamic and like saying like, if you just want to do that, that's not a good strategy. Like you want to try to, and sometimes it's going to be that, like I said, like if you can go attack somebody from the back, right? You're gonna have like bonus. So sometimes it's going to be that. It's going to be like I try to shift around him, 2-step around him to get into his back, right, and stagger him. So now I have the initiative. So now next round I'm going to be the first one attacking from his back, right?
Yeah, and that doesn't sound stupid. Like if you're one-on-one and you're really like have a handle on the combat, then it kind of gives you the ability to kind of swing around their back and stab them in the back versus like, I don't know, without it sounding like dumb.
But that's also what I wanted to like. I try to get the language, like that's why I'm using a lot of like try to those like short action word, right? Because I want you to describe what you're doing. I want you to describe what your character is doing, right? Like thing like reckless attack, like you can always say like, well, I attack recklessly, but you can only say that a handful of time before it become like sounding silly, right?
And I'm gonna attack so recklessly this round.
Yeah, and there's even like worse kind of like name, like a Fury of the Small. Like, how do you include that? Oh, yeah, exactly. That's always like
small, furious. It's like I'm small and furious.
Yeah, exactly. At some point, like those are very like mechanical name, right?
Yeah.
Action surge. You kind of have to do well. I take an action surge, right?
I agree. You don't have to sell me on how dumb D&D combat is.
Do you bong at all, by the way? So I call that kind of combat rock'em sock'em robot. Yeah, exactly. I wanted to avoid that thing. I wanted you to just like even if you're just like saying the mechanic you use, that it make it a natural description.
That
depict a scene, right?
So I had the tactical. I forgot the name of it already.
Planning.
Tactical planning. Is there a bunch of other skills that are tied into combat?
Oh yeah,
like on that level.
Everything.
Yeah, of course.
Every fucking.
I'm gonna clean his clock.
Well, reassess the situation. You can reroll initiative, shrug of wounds.
Is snipe is snipe like insulting, or is it like range?
No, it's with a range combat.
Okay,
it's range combat. It's like you're getting ready. Basically, somebody move. Yeah, taunt is with insult. So that's one skill that you can use in combat there. No,
and just the fact that there are quite a few combat skills in general.
Yeah,
it's
inspire.
Not just,
what is it? Persuasion, inspire. Yeah, persuasion. So you can like boost the spirit of your ally. What?
That's what I'm doing. I'm giving out spirit.
Yeah, exactly. You boost the spirit of your ally.
And then I give him the Gem Jabbar. So it is.
Intimidate. So you can use like non-combat skill in combat in different way. Like it's intimidation opposed by ego, and
I really like the non-combatant affecting combat. Like it seems like there's a lot of ways that a social character can be involved in combat. That's clever.
And obviously, even though like I tried this game to like kind of promote the 40 type of play, it's not limited to that. So sometimes there's something like, well, a 40 player, you can say that and say like, well, okay, like I get it, right? Just like you don't need to follow all the rules by the letter, right? You can just like go a little more instinctively. Is that my camera too high?
But this is kind of what I was gonna do in my werewolf video. I was gonna say like having as much knowledge as you can about the system and being 4D would probably be one of the coolest games you ever play. Like a 40 player that is also fucking super well versed in how the combat works.
Yeah,
it's probably going to be one of the coolest combat experiences you'll ever have in a role playing game, in my opinion.
Yeah, Lucky Break. You were asking. Luck is a skill in that game.
It's in the luck category.
It's a category on itself. That's the that's the skill that is there's no specialty.
How do you raise it? How do you raise it?
Same thing. You use it. Because it's only by itself. So you can
so it's its own specialty kind of.
You know what? Maybe I'll make it that you can fucking raise it.
But you can't?
I don't know. I'll think about it.
You know what you should do? Is tie it to virtues somehow. Kind of make it like a karma thing.
Yeah. Maybe and I like luck. I still want to do something with it.
Yeah.
Because I wanted to have like the luck of your character to be part of who he is, right? Just not like I don't like when just we're just gonna roll like 50-50. Is there that like a I don't like that.
Cool.
I want to, I wanted it to be like a kind of inherent part of your character. And you can have a character that's his thing. It's just fucking lucky. And I want to have a mechanic.
So is it a part of the mechanics of your world then? Like, does it have?
Yes.
I guess we're talking setting now. So I don't know if you want to talk setting, but it shouldn't. But is luck like inherently attached to?
Well, it's like when we see that even in real world, like we always say, "Oh, I'm very not lucky," or like some people say, "Oh man, this guy is fucking lucky, man." Just
and
like,
it's they self-fulfilling prophecy.
And it's something we perceive from people, right? Some people like are just like, and probably not, but it just appear in that way, right? People, but I wanted to make it a thing there, and it's not like I'm not coming at it in a setting way. But I'm coming at it with a mechanical way, right? I still need to play with it a bit, but I want to have like let's say like, there's 2 doors, beyond one there's a tiger, right?
The quantum tiger.
Exactly. It's the opposite of the quantum tiger. But like you're in a situation like that, whatever, just to keep like something silly, right?
Yeah.
And the character just say, okay, I open the one on the left, right? I don't want it to be. I don't want it to be like, okay, we're gonna roll like odd even. Was it the right door, right? And just like you pick randomly. Like no. Now you're gonna make a fucking luck roll, and depending on the number of success, well, you're gonna pick the right one or the wrong one, right? And just like it is like a quantum tiger thing, right?
Yeah.
But kind of in reverse.
Yeah.
If you got lucky, you picked like there's 2 cups, one of them got poisoned. The gum jabbar poisoned it.
Gum jabbar.
Yeah.
You're not ready for it. Yeah. No one's lucky enough to avoid the gum jabbar. I can tell you that right now.
Well, maybe they are.
Maybe someone is.
But so if another character would try the same thing, well then like, this guy is not lucky. So but because I think it's cool, like to have this character that his thing is fucking lucky, right? So you just go around the scene and you just like do stuff randomly. And I want to.
What's the luck system right now? Like, what is it now?
I'm still working on it because that's like a little math involved, right? because I want to have like thing like, well, if a thing is like 50-50 chance, well, then if you roll that many success, you get it, right? You get the good outcome. If something is 25% chance, you need that many success to get the good outcome, right? Then if it's, like I'm gonna do some balance like that. I'm not sure exactly. I'm not happy what it is right now, so I'm not willing to share.
Okay.
But that's kind of like where I want to go, kind of, right? Probably. You get what I mean?
Yeah, maybe
'Cause
luck.
it's gonna be.
What could we? I'm just trying to think of how I would do it. I don't know what I would do.
But like the lucky break there, that's
Yeah.
also like something that you can do with a luck roll, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you get the damage, you can say, and that's also part of the conversation, because like, that's the thing too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, I want it to be like conversational, right? So a player would say, okay, I'm engaging with that guy, I'm swinging my sword at him. We're at medium range, whatever. Like that's probably pre-established, but swinging my sword at him, and so he's facing you, he's focusing on you, defending himself. So now, okay, we know it's an opposed roll. Now you make the roll, you compare the result, whatever. Then I say, okay, I shift toward him, I try to stab him I grab him and I try to stab him my dagger, right?
It's a lucky
Or
break. Sorry.
yeah. No, or like let's say you work in long range. He's with a
Mhm.
spear, you with a sword. So now you say, okay, he defend himself. Okay, now you win the exchange. Okay, I shift one step toward him, and then I hit him with my sword and all my strength. Right. So now we
Mhm.
know. Okay, you use one of your success to shift in the range of your weapon, medium range,
Mhm.
and you're gonna use the rest to buy damage dice. And then you roll your damage dice, and you roll like 5 success, whatever. Right.
So you
So
are
now
rolling damage.
you're rolling damage.
Okay.
It's based on the number of damage dice you bought, right? And then you roll your weapon. Usually, like for a sword, it's gonna be like your strength, +3 or something like that, +5.
That's the same
So
kind
like,
of thing, like multiples of 4 is damage.
yes, exactly. The roll work the same way. So except that for melee weapon, instead of being like 2 attribute, it's usually your strength plus the weapon attribute, basically, right?
Mm-hmm.
You get what I mean? And the number of dice is
Yes.
determined by the number of dice you bought. So now you roll like 5 success on your damage roll, and as you saw, you have like different line, right? And I think I explained that to you before. Now the guy that received the damage can choose where he put those. You need to take $5. Well, okay, 5 is a bit too much. 4, okay, let's say, or 3. Let's say 3, just to make it simple for the example.
Okay.
You score 3 success on your damage, because 5 you'd be dead, right? You score 3 success on damage roll. So now he has to check $3 of his 3 health box. He can choose on where he put them, but he has to put them all on the same line.
Oh, okay.
So now you have like this drama that maybe you hit a previous injury, and now you're aggravating the same injury, like a previous part of the body, or it's a fresh cut. So now like the kind of narration is kind of like goes back and forth in that way, like, oh, I hit you strongly with and I got like 3 success, on my damage roll. You communicate the information however you want, and then they say like, oh, you hit my arm that was already cut slightly, but now like it's gushing blood and stuff like that, whatever. So you it become a major injury, it's bleeding. You
Mhm.
communicate the information that way, right? Or you can
Yeah,
choose to
real
make
quick.
Yeah.
The bleeding. Can you kind of explain that? Because you said 5 kills you, so obviously that's all the minors a major, and then you're over into the shits.
Yeah, those are
But
like
what are the
I need to
bleeding
present
dots for?
when an injury become major.
Mm-hmm.
If it's an injury from a slashing or piercing weapon, it's gonna
Yeah.
be bleeding injury.
Okay.
When you have a bleeding injury, you have a 1 success malus on all your roll.
I'm sorry, you have 1 success what?
Malus
Okay.
penalty. on all your roll, you can ignore this malus, but then the bleeding is gonna aggravate by 1.
Hmm.
And if you pass your number of
And now
bleeding,
you have a
then
2 dice penalty
you
or 2
bled
dice
out.
bonus?
You know, it's
Every
always like
when bleeding.
it's always the same. If you have like multiple wounds that are bleeding, then the penalty increase.
Okay.
But if you they don't increase by the like when
Location.
it's bleeding, right? You're
Yeah.
just losing more blood, right? Basically.
Okay,
And
I got you. So it's
if
like
you
a
pass if
timer.
one of you yeah, exactly. If one of your injury like get full, well then you bled out. Because it's like, you know, it's trying to
Got it.
represent like you're trying to kind of hold or protect a bit, like, you know, you can ignore that and just say, okay, I go all hug, right?
Yeah.
But then you're bleeding out like a pig. But yeah, so when you receive damage, there's this choice. You against have this choice of like where you're gonna place the damage, right? And the lucky break is you can say like, well, you roll a luck test. You say, oh, you hit me with your, but no, I fucking catch it in my sword break, but then the blow is reduced, right?
Okay. So this is not an action you're taking, Lucky Break. This is
No,
sort
it's
of like a once per combat.
It's
luck
a free
check
reaction.
that lets
So
you
it's
get
something
a-
you can do like when you receive damage.
Yeah.
You can say
Gotcha.
that, yeah, like, oh no, actually, like, yeah, you hit me with a big strong blow, but I'm blocking my sword break in half, and this and then you can still have some damage that pass through, but
Cool.
that was I wanted to have like this kind of cinematic thing, but then
Mhm.
like, and I find like there's this tension because now like, yeah, you didn't die this time, but you're still in that fight, and now you don't have a sword.
Mm-hmm.
Or you like, or your armor like fucking
You had to pay.
Hmm?
The way I got more Gim Jabars. I got like 5 of them. So
yeah, but yeah, you can pull, but like now like the situation of the fight change, right?
Yeah.
And that's interesting. It can also
agree.
be, well, no, I'm fucking like falling down on my knee and I'm begging for my life, right? That might be your next turn, right? Stuff like that. So I'm surrendering. So, but that's what
Well,
I wanted. I wanted the.
I'm fucking interested, man.
Well, I'm glad you
I'm
are.
also
Somebody has to be.
I'm also tired as shit.
Yeah, and I still need to go. Oh man, we've been like that for a long time. I
Yeah.
need to. Well, you know, to be honest, it really helps me talking about it because sometimes I can also
Yeah.
catch like some place where like there's some hiccup and stuff like that, and something that I need to figure out a way to explain better. And
It's also really good to practice the teach.
yeah, that too. So I thank you, Phil, for your time.
No problem. I just make desert goblins. That would be that's the cost.
Yeah.
You have to make a desert goblin.
Well, you can, like I said, you can play a goblin that.
Well, you said I
his
couldn't.
origin is in the desert.
You
No,
said
you
I
can.
couldn't do it.
Well, you couldn't do it right now because I don't have the goblin character.
Well,
I don't have the goblin creation did, but it's something that would be possible. Goblins, they have. You love goblin?
Huh?
You love goblin?
I love desert goblins.
You
I
love
don't know
desert
why.
goblin?
Not
In
really. I don't really
kinda
have
like
an
the
affinity for goblins. I'm just.
in
I
kind
play
of the
I play a lot of board games, and there's a board game called Summoner Wars. One of my
Oh,
favorite
yeah.
factions is a desert goblin.
Ah, cool.
I just want to play
In
one of those
the
fantasy games someday.
in the implied setting, right? The orcs are kind of like living on the steppe. They're kind of like the Mongol, right? They're kind of the Mongol, right? So they're on horse and stuff like that. And the goblins are like almost like smaller orc, right? They can crossbreed, but and that create hobgoblin, but the hobgoblin are sterile, and it's shown in the culture. But so the hobgoblin like they always like
hey, love is love. Right.
But and the goblins are kind of like a servant of the orc.
Okay. Well, not desert goblins.
But some of them are like
we're raiders.
or freed or kind of living on their own, stuff like that, and they live like a little more in society and stuff like that. So they could go live in the desert and like in desert city and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And the orcs got
I'm
this,
telling you, I spawned them, so it's up to you to
yeah.
deal with it. You know?
The orcs got this weird thing that they got this compulsion almost to destroy wealth.
That's
So
interesting.
they raid. Yeah, they raid and
they like
steal-
party.
No, they bury it in the ground. They steal shit, and then they bury it in the ground and they throw it in a lake and stuff like that, sacred lake for them and stuff
that's
like
so
that.
weird.
Yeah, because like they all there's all
It's like
reason for that.
they're
Like on
real
the,
religious or whatever.
yeah, they have
Yeah.
they have this religious thing.
That's
Yeah,
kind of cool.
that they dislike luxury, and they want to destroy wealth and stuff like that. In kind of offering, they think that that's gonna come back to them in the afterlife, whatever, right? But the goblins are very greedy
Good.
and they want to keep wealth, and the orcs are always like they're always like this kind of back and forth. And also the goblins are the one that came up with the gunpowder in that world,
Nice.
so they have guns. They're
So
goblins with
we're
guns.
just basically following around these orcish bands
Yeah.
and like digging holes at their campsite to find treasure.
Well, if you get caught though, you're gonna be but it's like they're subservient, but it's
Yeah.
kind of like you're more like troll than really slave. It's kind of like you're not treated like super badly, but they
Mhm.
make sure to keep you in leash, like to keep you like to make sure that you don't fucking keep well for yourself and stuff like that.
Mhm.
And also like the orcs dislike range combat, but they also see the utility. So now they're glad to have the goblin to do it,
God.
especially since the goblin got their gun and stuff like that.
Yeah. It sounds like orcs are real fucking judgy bitches.
Yeah.
Sorry, we're
Yeah.
shooting guns and getting money. Shoot guns, get bitches. That's
Yeah,
the
exactly.
goblin way.
But and the dwarf fucking ate the goblin
Sure.
because the dwarf are the one that create all those like best plate armor and shit like that, and the goblins come with their gun, just like fuck their shit up.
Is there anyone that likes goblins?
No, not really.
Not really.
Not really. Not really.
Pretty
Like I said, like the
detestable.
orcs, like they kind of like they see their utility and they don't treat them too badly. They're like part of their clan. You know, you have like this
Yeah.
orc leader. He's gonna have like a few goblins living in their kind of property. Like you treat them like you treat your horse or your cat and stuff like that, right? You're just like
How
as
dare
something
you?
that you use. So you don't necessarily like shit on them all the time, you know,
Yeah.
but you don't see them as your equal.
Dude, how fucking badass would it be to be a clan of desert goblins with like brown capes, Fremen style, and they got these long ass flintlock fucking rifles just pop out of the desert.
Oh yeah.
Take
You know
out
what?
little horse riding bands, go loot their
You know
shit.
what? Maybe I could change that because like I have like one tribe of kind of orcs and goblin, right?
Yeah.
Where the roles are reversed. The goblins are in charge. And I put them like in the jungle, like kind of Viet Cong, right? And they're
Yeah.
very fucking sneaky.
That's cool.
And they use the poison a
That
lot
sounds
and
awesome.
shit like
Oh
that.
my god, yeah.
Yeah. And the other orcs fucking ate those orcs because they think like it's very
They're
like
bitches. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. Like say like it's very like shameful to be led
They're
around by goblin.
They're sweet is what that's called in the cities.
But so yeah, but yeah, those could be in the desert as well. That would work well as
Yeah.
Fremen.
We don't need
Yeah,
we don't need the
especially-
orcs. We don't need the orcs. We're just a little nomadic tribe, a few families.
You don't want orc bitches,
I don't need any orc bitches.
subservient orc.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Maybe a nice like you know, what's that called? What's the term for when it's like a mulatto but goblins and orcs?
hobgoblin.
Is that what a hobgoblin is in your world?
In that setting, that's what an
Oh,
hobgoblin
okay,
is.
yeah. So hobgoblins,
Yeah.
that's fine. We'll be hobgoblins.
Yeah. Yeah.
I thought hobgoblins were like different things, but
Well, it depends on the setting, but hobgoblins mean
course it
like a
does.
bigger. It mean like a bigger goblin, right? Hob is mean bigger.
Okay.
Uh,
There you go. Hobgoblin.
so yeah, so in that setting, that's what I made them. I just like like because I
That'd be a
explained
desert hob. Little
I
desert
explained
hob.
like how the basically like dwarf and hobbit in that like the Offmen, they're
Mhm.
still human technically. They're just like human that branch out, right? So they can still crossbreed and stuff like that. And
I
it's kind of the
just
same
put
thing with
that
the orc and
together
the
that those
goblin.
are dwarves.
Hmm?
I just now put together that the half men were dwarves.
Yeah, the
Wow.
Offmen are
There they are.
dwarf.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there's two type of Offmen, like Islander and
Mhm.
Lowlander. So the Islander live in the mountain, they're dwarf. Lowlander live in the hill. It's just lowland
Also
compared
dwarf.
to dwarf, right? What?
Also dwarf.
No, they're hobbit.
The Hobbit, yeah. So they got
Yeah,
their little
but they
shire.
used to be like the dwarf, the Islander. They're like they're a caste-based society, like kind of quite rigid, right? And the lowlander used to be like the lowest caste of them all, that were not even allowed to live in the citadel, right? They live outside to work the field and shit like that. Stuff that low
They can
self-esteem
come
thing.
join us in the desert.
But at some point, like they revolted and they kind of became
It's
their
like a
own thing,
team.
right?
These goblins that aren't letting the orcs make them their bitches, and these dwarves that are sick of being called bitches. They
Lowlander.
join together.
Yeah. No,
And
but
now
it's just
now you got dwarves with guns. That's all you needed.
yeah. But like I said, like I have like this setting kind of like that I'm kind of imply, like kind of like bleed through a bit, but I remain like very vague. I have my idea, like so because like I have a direction when I'm writing and when I'm creating
Sure.
those things.
I took your
But I'm gonna
setting, I
keep it
threw it in the garbage. I'm
yeah,
putting my
exactly.
setting in the game.
Which it's very encouraged.
I
It's
know.
very it's like that's why I want to keep it vague and don't give you like
Yeah.
right away a setting. Like I'm giving you
Dark
like line and stuff
Souls.
like that, and you can like
Yeah.
make assumption and kind of guess thing from what you're reading, right? But I'm not gonna spell it out for you.
Yeah.
To encourage you to make up your own shit, right? That's what I want
I
to do.
need to play a fucking fantasy game that has like a Yucatan vibe to it. I don't think I've ever done that. Yeah, like a jungle.
Yeah.
With like temples and stuff.
Yeah.
You mentioned the
Never played like a
ones.
Conan game or some shit like that?
I've never played anything like that. No.
Oh, really? I like those. I like the Conan 2D20 system is interesting. Yeah. Anyway, Phil, I'll let you go.
Can I ask you one question first? Totally
course.
unrelated. I meant to ask you this when we were talking about movies.
Yeah.
What's like your favorite fantasy character? It's not Conan. Like arc. What's your favorite character arc? Is what I really want to know.
That's interesting. I really like Paul Atreides.
I don't know.
Does that count as fantasy? Paul Atreides?
Oh, Paul Atreides, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good choice.
I really like him. I like in Game of Thrones, I like the Hound quite a bit.
Yep.
But fantasy specifically?
Yeah, those are both pretty good fantasy.
Yeah, those are I consider Dune fantasy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
That'd be like a Paul Atreides would be like my number one choice. Because like that was like a big inspiration on me as a lad.
He's fucking badass.
Yeah, and I like how he's been trained in all those like different school, right? Like it's
yeah, I never noticed that before you said that the other day. I was like, he does kind of have his hands in everything, in all of the specialization.
Yeah. Yeah, he's like the perfect storm. But I think that's kind of badass. Usually I don't like, I really don't like Chosen One story, right? And people say like, well, it's kind of a Chosen One story. But I think you kind of get a pass because it's the result of like genetic manipulation.
Yeah, he's
like
trying. They
program.
tried to make him the chosen one. It's not that he is the chosen one.
Yeah, he's been designed that way.
He has been
Yeah.
designed, and how is he dealing with?
Yeah,
that?
he's been designed that way by the
It's a
Bene
really
Gesserit
cool take.
manipulation,
Yeah.
but also by his family, right? Because like the Duke Leto is super charismatic, right? He's super like and he got all those like great guy that he surrounded himself with, Tofira Watt and Gurney Alec and Duncan Idaho. So it's all like it's like too planned, and also like the fact that Duke Leto is super charismatic is also what made Jessica go against the Order of the Bene Gesserit.
That's true.
So it's like the plan of the Bene Gesserit has been hijacked by Leto, or Leto, I don't know how you pronounce it, and that went in different total different
I
direction.
think we pronounce it Leto.
Leto, yeah, maybe I say Leto, but
We have like
French.
a Supreme Court justice named Leto, also.
Oh really? Is he cool? Leto?
No, probably not.
What's his last name?
I think that's his last name, Justice Leto.
Justice Leto? He's a new one, eh?
He's a little bit new in the fact, like over a decade, though. I think.
Oh really? Okay. I stopped
Just
following.
it might be Alito, actually. It might be Alito.
Oh yeah, maybe. I stopped following. I used to know them all, but.
All right, 1 second. American, I should know this shit.
Is he a Catholic?
I'm a goddamn American. It's Alito. I was wrong and stupid.
Is he Catholic?
Let me check his early life. He's an Italian.
Yeah, Catholic.
Yeah, he's got to be.
Yeah.
He must be Catholic then.
But for the longest time, he was like 6 Catholic and 3 Jew in the Supreme Court. No Protestant. Which
I don't know.
You know, well, it was always like a point of contention because, like, you know, the U.S. is a Protestant country, right? Mostly. Like,
yeah, we don't
was,
have
like,
a
no
lot of
Protestant.
Catholic presidents. There's
Well,
like
yeah,
2.
you had like Kennedy
And Joe Biden, the most Catholic.
Oh yeah, that
President
doesn't
ever.
count. That doesn't count.
No, it counts.
Phil.
They told me it counts.
Yeah.
So.
Well.
Sorry.
You're not Catholic, are you?
You're not
No.
claiming him. You're not claiming him, Max.
No. You're not Catholic. What are you?
I'm not. I'm a Christian of some kind.
Just some kind.
Yeah, I don't know enough to know what kind.
Oh, okay. Protestant, basically.
Yeah,
that's what we'd call it. We don't make distinction.
Okay. I'll take it. So I don't know the distinctions.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
really. Yeah, I don't know. God, you know. I'm a fan of the big God. That's the big G.
That is good.
Yeah.
All right. Oh man, 20 fucking Discord message. All right.
What are we doing? Holy shit.
Yeah. Take care, Phil. I'll talk to you
Night.
soon. Thank you for joining me tonight.
Oh, I
having
think.
this talk with
Did
me.
you? Okay. Take care.
What? Did I see what?
Are you about to end your stream?
I'm in the stream. You don't have to leave right away. I'm ending the stream, guys.
I accept.
And if somebody watched that on the replay, we don't have any viewer right now. So thank you for people that join, and thank you also for
So I can pull my dick out now?
Just wait.